Got live on Old Myth. Time to do the usual. Tell the Discord that I'm in fact streaming. But the stream has begun. Not going to begin itself. It needs my help. I mean, if it did all the work myself, like for me, that'd be amazing. I could just be one of those just sleeping streamers. Tempting. Just run reruns of all my own stuff there and just say that's just it. Well, technically, you just run a rerun that actually does work. That'd be interesting. You want to rerun it the entire time building this game. Just start from the first episode, just the whole time. It's so weird. I wonder if anybody would watch. I mean, the whole point of streaming is you get to interact with the streamer, so I can't imagine why anybody watches reruns on Twitch, but people do it, so I wonder if that's a thing. So many questions. Okay. I've been told, I'll tell the, I'll post a little message. To all the different shots. I don't even have the Twitch one up. I'm bringing up all the chats and I didn't bother. Oh. I'm bringing up all the chats and I didn't bother. Didn't bother bring up Twitch. Also didn't bother to mute myself either. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Best strat ever. I actually don't really care if people follow as much on Twitch anymore. Once you're past a certain number, the number becomes kind of irrelevant. But I guess I'll leave a follow message in. It's not like, you know, Kick or YouTube where I actually do need the numbers. I don't have that up, fair enough. Right here. Get my to-do list going and then I'm golden. Not that I really need my to-do list today particularly, but you never know. Today I'm doing a massive, oh I don't want that one, whatever. Massive overhaul of the whole layout of the game. It started over the weekend anyway. Alright, hey JG, how's it going? I looked over at the chat thing. You're just in time to see that I'm removing like 25% of the buildings I was talking about. It's gonna take a lot to do that. Did really good things for my for the first chapter. It did not do good things for the second chapter. I think it'll do good things in the long run, but the second chapter is like I'm playing Tetris with the rooms, trying to line them all up perfectly. It's... yeah, the second chapter was very laid out. Given the option to everybody, they have every health condition, but anyone currently faking, including playing pretend, believing they have something to get for real. Well, yeah. Because I have health problems. So, being a villain, I automatically get a pass for being selfish, right? It's in the name, right? You never get to go, he did something bad. It's in the name. It's literally in the name. Yeah, essentially, you know, this is not like a... This doesn't sound like the train problem at all. Like, I mean, like, one side is clearly a bunch of jerks. And the other side is clearly people suffering. So I get to cure the people suffering and take out a bunch of jerks in the process by giving them their own medicine. Actually, as a villain, I probably shouldn't even do that, right? Because it almost feels like I'm the good guy in this scenario. So, terrible. I was happy with the image plugin. However, it doesn't use the same format as the pixel image does, so trying to figure out how to load the new ones and mess with the old ones. Huh. I didn't spend much time with the MetaHuman plugin. I mean, it was way cooler than the last one, than that website, but man, the results were terrible. Human kids that are just playing doctor, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I hate to break it to them, but you know, you shouldn't just say you have something and try to get some pity points or whatever. You should go get checked out. Because if you really have a problem, you're not doing yourself a favor by not getting checked out. And if you're just doing it for pity points, then you get no pity from me. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of people who are like suffering from like stage 4 cancer or whatever. Heck, my younger brother has like liver problems. I mean, I'd be instantly curing him. I mean, I'd cure my own problems, which again, like I get to be selfish because I'm a villain, so it helps out right there. But like, so much value in this. I have no pity for fakers, none. That's all right. I didn't name myself like self-sacrificing hero or anything. That's for certain. We use image for the AI V2 Rotara, so oh, that's fair. Yeah. Oh yeah, this catastrophe of a room. Oh, no, I don't like that answer to the trolley problem. I like the answer to the trolley problem where they actually draw the line, you know, so that the tracks actually connect around the other side so it hits both. That's my favorite answer to the trolley problem. Like, I'm taking them all with me. Got some code in the old image to the native TV. I can't figure out how they made the code. That's fair. Yeah, they don't exactly provide this thing called documentation over at Epic. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing good. Will I become legally responsible if deaths result in? I mean, yeah, like I say, I didn't pull the lever. I just decided that it wasn't fair that the tracks weren't, you know, completed, and I was worried about the, you know, safety of those in the train. You see. So, to make certain that they didn't derail and everyone on the train died, I finished the tracks. Just not my fault that people decided to lay on them. They should know better. Seriously. The train tracks, why would you lay on those? That's weird. I don't see any ropes. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no ropes. All in your mind. Alright, so what am I even doing with this? Oh, there's no docs at all, making it so you haven't achieved for it, so he isn't even working anyway. Seems, I see. One of those, the Git project that never gets finished. Yeah. I mean, you know, technically I have a project on GitHub from RPG Maker days, and that shit's never getting finished. A few of them. You want to use them? Go ahead. Hey man, you do you. The worst part is one of the most popular lighting plugins for RPG Maker. Because it's free. People still sit there in the little thread. I don't actually know what words they're saying. I don't read the words. American education, I don't have to read. That's the great advantage. I could just tell people I can't read and everyone believes me. To be fair, I might not be lying. You aren't certain. You don't know. It's American education. Could go either way. Go lower, you're responsible for the results. If you do nothing, you can be responsible for the way that someone will die. So legally, the best option is nothing. I mean, sure, but like I say, these people, I get a 2-for-1 if I complete those tracks. I'm just saying, who can resist a 2-for-1? I played Magic forever. You let me 2-for-1 someone? Oh, jeez. I need this in my life. You don't understand. It's an addiction at this point. Change all the original code, but I can't figure out your plugin. Yeah. I don't even use UE plugins unless I specifically need it. And even then, yeah, there's never any documentation for anything in UE. Thankfully, YouTubers exist to find all the documentation for me. I guess I could put a plant here or something. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do about this thing because I split this room in two. Because today, like some days ago, not today. No, well, it's fair. Someone wanted a commit put up for mine recently. I still haven't bothered to do it because I would have to install RPG Maker and test their dumb thing to make certain it works. And that would require me to install garbage like RPG Maker onto my computer and open it. No, thank you. I don't wanna. Actually, I think it's the second one I've ignored. They're so adorable the way they think I care. I don't know, they literally in the thread I said, anyone else want this project? You can have it, and no one took it. It's like, well, I tried to pawn it off, I couldn't do it. It was so sad, I was like, my suffering was great indeed. Let's see. Get a profile as Project Graveyard? It's fair. I remember, I have like yes. I have. There's nothing on here I care about. Yeah, sure. I have my community lights, which is the most. This is you could see the popularity, but on this one, but it's also got like over 100,000 views in there. The Q plugins, which literally like had like pixel movement and like fucking. I don't know what it had in here. This was someone else's that I updated. A better camera thing, collision setups for all of RPG Maker, pathfinding things, a whole bunch of crap. I think it lets you display multiple hits. A mini version of my lighting plugin that was just better. A visual plugin that did all the. I didn't even buy it. Ha ha ha! Whatever. Whatever I did with that one. Anyway, I had a bunch of plugins up there. I thought, but I guess I didn't put those up. They had one that was like an entire new visuals, new animation system for RPG Maker. But I never added. Oh, I don't care. I don't even know if I still have it. Let it burn. Yeah, table right here. That's funny that I didn't have that. Or maybe it got deleted for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why it would. I don't care why it would. Actually, to be 100% fair. It's so true. Make a narrative story game where you play as hero, but 90% of the time your choices, no matter how good they are, lead to unintentional evil results. I mean, I could get behind it. Didn't they kind of have that though? It was like Slay the Princess. Literally, like, no matter what you did, it was basically just you're screwed. I appreciate the concept of Slay the Princess. I never played it. I watched someone else play it, and once you've done that, it's too late. Because it's a narrative game, so there's no real point in playing it yourself. I guess you could if you want, but you already know what's going to happen, so who gives a crap? I need the table to grab here. I don't have a set of furniture that works for this. I also need to redo this wall too, because now this doesn't line up. I decided to put the washroom here because I had all this washroom stuff, and I realized it didn't need to be that big. And I figured I'd put it at the end of the playroom. I split this hallway up and created a staff hallway. I'm removing this entire section of the building everything to the side of this because it was unused. Except for part of this was the Forbidden Toys room, but I realized that the Forbidden Toys thing actually fit in this small section. It didn't need this huge room. And I put Charlotte's bedroom over here. So I might include in the first chapter again. It didn't need to be so big. It only needs to be big if you're going to fight her somewhere. And I'm only going to make you fight her once per floor. Well, fight and play a game with her. You're not really fighting her. I clone every repo I use in my project, such since you never know in the original publishment. That's not a bad idea. I'm not currently using any real repos a thing. I don't like GitHub particularly, but I'm just saying, it's fine. I'll just drop a chair there until I figure out what I'm going to do with it. Because that's my go-to whenever I can't figure out what I want to do with something yet. I'm ready to make a piece of furniture, just drop a chair and a table and be like, yeah, okay. Why is there a chair in the freaking bathroom? I don't know. It works. Poppet can climb it. Well, actually, I could put a plant on the ground. Double plant. Double plant. I don't know why there's a plant on the ground, but technically double plant does get you up. I could run pipes under there. Let's see. MNT is no one getting through. Choice of everyone else, and there is a good path. Fair to do. It's like those old school choose your own adventures. I remember one, and it was great. It was called The Badlands of Heart. And it was a really old choose your own adventure. And it had exactly one correct path through it. Just one. And every other way involved you dying a horrible death. And I think it was like, a couple hundred pages. It was so stupid. You're just like, Jesus Christ, man. Did you remember to drink the radioactive water in the desert? Because if you didn't, you took the wrong path. Not the hardest choose your own adventure I ever recall. It's not the maze. F that choose your own adventure, man. I think this is the worst thing in the world. Jesus Christ. Whoever made that is a monster. And I approve wholeheartedly of them being a monster. Because in a way they're my hero, but at the same time they made that evil book. There was I used to keep it around, and I would find people who were like, who always think they're real smart. You know the type. The kind of people who are just, they can't accept that this challenge might be greater than them. And then I would hand it to them to, mess with. I did it for 20 years and nobody ever solved it. Not a single person. The book is evil. It's only 50 pages. Oh my god. Oh, no. Because I'm on Kick too. Kick's just almost pure bots. You just go over here and first bot of the day. You gone, foul one. You do not belong in this world. You just squish them. And then you find your little emoji, like your little hammer. Did I put it in? And you plop it on there. Because you're playing whack-a-mole? Yep. This the one? No, it's not that one. Oh, that's what it was called. I just want a picture of it. I can't go on Amazon, so if you do that, then it'll, well, actually, I can find it on Amazon and put it there. I just don't log with my account. And I could show what I'm talking about. This book was so ridiculous. So, Yeah. There it is. Good luck finding it in paperback, but if you can ever find this godforsaken book, let me tell you about how it is exactly 50 pages. And the guy put out this challenge where it gave him like $5,000 or $10,000 to solve it, and nobody ever did. They actually, like, that people had like half solutions, and they eventually divvied the prize up amongst the half solutions. It's such an awful book. 50-page choose-your-own adventure. Maze. Solve the world's most challenging puzzle. There's a website for it too. So link that. Problem is it has like things that help you cheat on it, so it kind of takes the fun out of it because people will almost invariably cheat. But it has a website called Into the Abyss. And it about sum up what the book really is like. I'll link it to people in case you wish to take a step into the abyss or something. Not that I really probably need to link it on YouTube and Kick, but whatever. I mean, with a name like Into the Abyss, I'm just saying. They had like multiple puzzles, and one of the puzzles was one to get to the center of the maze. You start the first page and you have to get to the last page, then to find your way back out, and then the puzzle where you could win $10,000 is on the last page of the maze. Hidden in these pictures was in fact a riddle, and then along the correct path were the hints to the riddle, and if you could successfully do that, then you sent them the solution, and they would give you $10,000 or whatever it was. It might have been 5,000, whatever. It was a number that was big for the time. Because I mean, this old book. And to this day, I remember giving that to people and getting a chuckle every time. It's like the phases of denial watching them try to solve it. It was beautiful. Because then they were like, first they're like, blah, 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 and they just, start flipping pages, and then they discover that they keep dying. Like, wait a minute. There's only one death page. That's the worst part. It's only one. And they just kept dying over and over. Eventually they start pulling out like sheets of paper and everything and writing things down and trying to figure out the things are like it's some sort of ridiculous, probably like they're solving a murder mystery. It's beautiful. You see the annoyance, the hate that goes in their minds. It was like torture in a book. It was beautiful. Oh look, bot number 2. Nope, that one's actually Twitch bot. Twitch bot? I found to ban my first bot on Twitch today. I get to gigantify my hammer emoji on that one though. You can just jump up on these. Pipes are a little better anyway. I mean, it is a restroom. Let's during an ad break. My sadness is infinite. Oh, I have 51 followers on Kick now. I'm sure at least half of them are bots. What is real? Oh, I need a smaller one. My accordion strategy was too weak. This is the most awkward setup. Actually, well, the problem is I gotta be able to grab this. There almost needs to be something else to grab too. Maybe it could be like a medicine cabinet. Didn't I have one of these at the... It was on the other one, wasn't it? Chapter 2? All quiet on the Western Front. Man. Oh, I know what I can do. Well, I'm waiting for that. YouTube's like, you're monetized now. We're not going to send you any more traffic. Okay. That's fair. Also, I forgot to do this. YouTube won't recommend me if I don't. Thumbs up my own crap. It's dumb. It's really dumb, but recommend me if I don't. That is in fact how it works. So there's a bathroom here. I gotta move this room over to this whole... The amount of effort that's gonna be to... I've already moved so much crap over here and swapped this out for where this one's gonna be instead, and had to change this out here. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all this yet. This now has to be this area here, so I had to move all that over, which means I had to crunch this room in half. I wanted these, so I showed up, by the way. Because they're designed for restrooms. Also, these sinks are... Oh, why am I not using the better sinks? Oh my god, I forgot I even did this. Now I'm rebuilding the secret garden over here, which is a real pain because it had all these ancillary rooms on them. They have to be rebuilt too. So I moved all these over as well, but now the Lover's Altar thing needs to be moved somewhere else too, and I'm still rearranging where the brig is at, and this whole thing is just a catastrophe. And it ain't got any better yet. It's and I'll probably need to redo this here too. Again, this room probably... I like this maze above this hallway. Nothing else about this hallway is cool other than there was a little run outside the window thing to get here, which was a confusing extra thing, but I can't do that now. So I'll have to change that up. Well, I can't do it from there. So there's going to be a lot of restructuring. I can't move this because this is where the other thing is from the other map. It's where the safari room would be, so I can't just go, oh, blah, 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 and get rid of it. This room's too big for here, so I'll need to either squish the treasure room or put the treasure room somewhere else. Which again down here is being kind of used up by those, so I don't really know where I put the treasure room. Unless the treasure room's over here, but I don't know why I'd put it over here because it's past a bunch of pump rooms. People wouldn't go there, it's weird. Well, it's past one pump room. This area can use some work. It's basically now the place you would eat at, or the place you'd be at for there. This wall doesn't need to be here. Like I said, this area is a catastrophe, so I'm just shuffling everything around. Because I squished this room out because this room sucks. It's like some weird staircase thingy. So now I kind of want to split it into two, but if I do that, then I don't have a way down from here. With the exception of through the secret garden. I kind of wanted two ways down, but... I don't know, today is definitely going to be about restructuring a lot. But let's get the first chapter working before I restructure the second chapter. I shrunk this room down big time. I need to rearrange these things since there's 9 of them. And then just kind of jammed them in here and said I'll figure it out later. And I shrunk Charlotte's room down to the smaller room because, again, there wasn't much point in this. Unless you're going to fight her, there really is no reason for the room to be huge. Because, quite simply, I can't have that many huge rooms for her to fight in. well, play games and not really fight. But he just doesn't really work very well. So I already made these. I don't want to make them again, so... I don't have the lights on for this too. Especially because these actually have access to, like, their blueprint as opposed to the others, which are, you know, just a boring old sink. This one you can turn on and off. You create water that'll kill you if you touch it because Poppet doesn't like water. I could be like, it wipes out the magic or something, but yeah, whatever. I went with the whole she's a sack doll. That was my explanation. Were the other ones better than these? They might be. These look a little too large. Fine, I'll go look. Never do it twice, you don't have to do it twice. Let's launch to the guys. Maybe that's the secret on Kick. Maybe I stop banning the bots. Some of the bots might just sit there with it open, for all I know. Which they would just be basically like a view bot at that point without me having to pay for them. Hear me out. The view bot you don't have to pay for is the best view bot. After all, there's no real people on Kick, so, you know, what does it matter? Some days you get like 8+ bots, and you're just like, Jesus. Someone will actually post a few lines of text too, and they'll act like they're a person for like 5 seconds, but eventually you see the same messages over and over, and it's no longer, you stop believing. Belief is basically just dead. You're like, well, okay, I want to be able to see better. Well, the problem also with these is you can't just jump up them either. That's true. There's also not a lot of space between these. I'll have to push this over for more space so it fits. It's very true. You can't just jump up this. It's not even at the ground level. It's now. I still keep my pipe accordion here. I don't know if we're warped yet, but maybe it'll just be off to the side. Just to be confusing and weird. You never know if an idea is good. You just kind of put it somewhere and sometimes it turns into something good. And if it's not, I just delete it later. I don't give a crap. As you can see, those are the garbage versions of those other things. I already did all the work to turn them into things. I'm not doing that twice. Ain't nobody want to do that. If I move those away from that door, I might not need to change anything. If I don't have to redo a wall, I'm usually pretty happy about that. Actually, I could just have a pipe thing in here. The pipe's putting everything together, so maybe I'll do that. Nah, you still gotta redo that door. It really would be much better if it was going through here and not directly into that wall. Well, this one can't go over anymore. Let's go this one here. Mirrors are so weird in Unreal Engine. you put a reflective surface like that, then you have to have like an extra thing on top of it, a planar reflection, and then when the game's running, this is actually what they see, not the planar reflection. And the planar reflection doesn't really actually do anything by itself. It has to have something else to bounce off of. Really strange. Make it easy? Nah. Some might question why, in fact, there is a bizarre event from the playroom and looking into the washroom. Those people are probably right to question this. But hear me out. It's here anyway, so yeah, about that. Fireplace these out with this. There's a lot of space between them, isn't there? This room will actually turn out pretty good. The other washroom had no purpose to it, but now that I realize I could just put like some pipes in between here and use them as a means of getting up, that could actually lead to a lot of value. Also, this wall weirdly didn't ever connect, I guess. Oh no, it did. It did. It's because this wall is farther over, which means I need to actually move this whole thing in the music room over. Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's right, because the original wall was a little bit farther over and they didn't quite line up, so I lined it up with the exterior one a little more because, well, I didn't have enough room in the other things to do it otherwise, so I'd redo this wall anyway. Fair. My life now. Do not question. Unless you want to. I mean, I guess you can. That wall's already made, so it's actually just this wall. Well, I guess I can just copy paste this one. I most certainly cannot, but I need to fix this wall anyway. Oops. As you can see, there's a real catastrophe going on. I actually did a lot of things over the weekend. It's surprising how much crap I added to this game. Including fog thingies. Which are much more efficient than the other fog thingy. Though maybe not as visible in some cases. You can't really see these fogs unless it's at night. Interesting. I'm trying to redo this one anyway, so I'll probably just get one of those fog things. I hate those things. Well, this one goes way down here, doesn't it? Ugh, I'll have to redo that whole wall. Thanks, I hate it. I'm gonna have to. This time I loaded a new image, didn't mess up like that. I said, well, nice. You just check the right box. That's what happened. That's how it works in Unreal Engine. Did you check the right box? Okay, then it worked. Check the wrong box? Oh no. Why would you do this? You should know better than to check the wrong box. You fool. You fool. Unreal doesn't like it when you check the wrong box. No. I swear, like, if Epic were the ones who programmed, like, all the missiles and everything like that, all the nukes and everything, you would go to launch and it wouldn't launch because you didn't check the right box, or it would launch but hit the wrong target because again you checked the wrong box. Why is there boxes to check on a control panel? It's epic. If you don't check this box, it doesn't open the silo doors. You just launch your nuke on yourself. Here, check the box. Guess you should have read the documentation that we don't provide. See, I want it to be 10, not 4. Thank you. I don't want to have to redo the stupid outskirts of the building again. Oh my god. But it means that chapter 1 is almost completely done, with me just adding in extras, and I don't have to make any additional changes or worry about rooms that just aren't, that had no purpose. There's almost like 25% more of the map that I had to worry about with no function at all. I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? I don't know. Something. Kind of a problem. Oh, that's right, this wall is this big old thing too. As you can see, things are very ill-fitting. I don't know why I did it like this. But I also don't want to redo it. You see where that would suck? I don't like that. So I guess I could technically redo it. At least this is probably the final form of the room. I'm not going to be doing many redos after this, for certain. Okay, well, yeah, obviously the washroom needs to be blanked out. Letting you just look into the washroom is kind of gross. I mean, not as gross as half of my own California ago. I went to this one bar or something like that, and you know, because they're the everybody goes into every restroom type of thing now for some bizarre reason. Yeah, that's safe at a bar. It's a brewery, but people be drinking totally fine. It'll work out. No. Like both sides are like super open. You just go into whichever one you like, and there's just men and women just in both. It's super awkward. So weird. I went in there once. I don't go back to that place. Let me tell you. It's awkward. Also, the design of the place just being super open was really weird. Like, you know, put some doors on your restrooms, freaking weirdos. I mean, sure, there was like a wall as you walked in like that kind of blocked them, and they walked to the side and went in, but it wasn't even that obscuring of a wall, and there was really open inside. It was just... Got the name of that brewery too. I'm not even sure if they're still there, to be honest. Probably not. Well, I haven't heard from them since. Breweries are kind of a dime a dozen. What is up with this particular door size here? It's huge. This one's pretty big too. Do you not have a door frame or something? Is that the problem? No, it is a door frame. Well, it's a blueprint. It has to. They're all the same one. But the door frame looks a little miffed up. Quiet on the western YouTube front, apparently. Except the bot I banned. He knows what he did. What is up with this door frame? Looks a little funky, if you know what I mean there. Like, what happened to you, buddy? That's definitely better. I might make a new frame for this. This looks crap. I didn't realize how crap it looked, but here we are. Unless one of the other frames is better. Might be. Honestly, I might like that one better because it doesn't stick out as much. It'd be a lot larger. I'm gonna two-sided either way. You have to two-side the material, you don't two-side the other. It just changes every door in the whole thing. Then this thing doesn't fit so hot though, if I do that. I'm gonna need to expand it a bit. If I do that. Okay, well that's obnoxious. Yes. They don't match with the arrows on that. No, they do. What's going on with that? I wonder if 2 would work better. I'm just gonna experiment a bit. Maybe some of these things can be improved here. Those not too bad either. They're all much thicker frame than this one, which is honestly not very thick framed at all. Also, it's not the same on both sides at all either, which is kind of why I kind of want to change it out. Nice. Actually, that's not that great either. Not the door. Really, door? Maybe that's not a bad idea. I don't have to worry about the thing's not really fitting anymore, because I don't really care if it goes beyond into the walls. Destruction grab. That's not what this one's done here. It fixes that. Now I have to worry about things sticking around it. Wish not to change my doors in forever. I need it changed, to be honest. Too many of them kind of fit weird. I should probably turn some of these into static meshes. Get to the part where it's really slow. Yes. Yeah, sounds like the roommate's back. Yeah, I'm pretty much fine with this wall here as it is. I don't think it's going to change out. It's not putting a hole through that, so. And it connects to both thingies here. Sure. I don't care if it goes into the walls one bit. I don't care if it goes completely through the walls. So many brushes to go through. There's 38 of them at the moment. Oh. I'll get to those in a sec. That reminds me I should have done this. Or I copied a million. Also, I'll just change this out too. The H-load on these is from the second chapter. It'll gripe at me every single time I test the game if I don't do that. I don't know where I would put this. There's not a lot of space for it. Also, Smash is something you should have a cupboard. Something on it. Whatever, I'll just put it on the wall because it gives me something to put there. Why didn't I just mark it as 0 and save myself having to rotate it? I still have made rolls of toilet paper. Well, I could confuse everyone and just put 3 seashells everywhere. Just a message, just like 3 seashells, and they're like... Some would get the reference for certain. Maybe I can't put 3, maybe I have to put like 4 or something to really confuse them. After all, there might be some sort of weird, you know, copyright infringement if I put 3, but if I put 4... Also, I'd like them to make the 3 seashells, I'm just saying. Toilet paper ain't free, yo. Still can't get up this way though, because there's nothing for it to play off of. It is too high. Get up some small pipes nearby or something to jump on. They're not that small actually. Oh. Geez, so I can actually see the things. That still doesn't really get you the whole way up, though. Right? There has to be something on this shelf to grab. Oh, no, you can do it. It's a heck easy. Stuff needs to be pushed against the wall pretty hard, though. This was such a wasted room. Little hallway thing with so little to do in it. It had exactly like one thing to do and that was it. You always had to go up exactly the same way and it wasn't like not even interesting. Just a chair to a table. Which is the most forgettable way to get anywhere in this game because I use it all over the place as a de facto placeholder for something better that doesn't always happen later. Okay, well. I want to move the mirrors down, I think, because otherwise then Poppet won't have the weird illusion like there's like a whole other world on the other side. It's still not that clear, these mirrors. Be aware if you make an image to assemble it, you don't save directly. You crash it and save to assemble again. Oh, fair enough. I just had the actual thing in the engine, build it and go, and save it to test, and I think I only did the one actually. There was a neat thing you could do where you can make it, you could feed it like a base model to look at, and it would try to model the metahuman after the thing you gave it. Remember doing that? That was entertaining. It led to a creepy version of Poppet. So all there is actually saves is everything. Oh, I see. Yeah. So when I had it model the metahuman after Poppet's in the model I use in the game, this is what it came up with. Making Poppet look really young. I didn't bother to put skin on her, the rest of her body. I just did her upper body. She looked much younger than expected. She, not really that young, but the same. I made it go to make her look, you know, closer to 18, but metahuman's like, but what if she was like, I don't know, 13? I was like, buddy, no. No, you. Yeah, I tested it out just to see if it would be a thing, and quickly discovered that, nah, man. But of course I was like, well, maybe my characters could be free. Hear me out. Game dev ain't, you know, cheap. Free would be better. Sadly, I must continue paying. Because Poppet Metahuman's creepy. All my homies hate the Poppet Metahuman. what am I doing? I just went to where the window was. That would have been the mirror. That's reasonable enough. I mean, this isn't completely against the wall like it could be. To really play with their senses a little more. One day Poppy decided the power stance was just how she would stand. I don't know why she decided standing like this is a thing, but she spreads her legs out really far for some bizarre reason all the time. And what really seems like it'd be a very awkward way to just stand. She just does it randomly. It's one day. She's kind of a diva, I guess. Fair. She does have her own game. I should make social media accounts for all my characters in my game. Make them pop at a total asshole. He's like a just total diva. Wait. Huh. If something is clicked on and you hit H, it hides it. How do you unhide it though? I don't know. Weird. I was trying to hit G for the game mode. Not for the game mode, for the so you can see all the game stuff. Already changed it. Wasn't that just good on me? I still gotta put painting blockers for this too. I wonder where to put those. Well, how big of a jerk am I? They could all be in the playroom. Just higher up shooting at you the whole time. They messed up. Of course you have to go all around that room too. evil painting blockers. They're definitely an upgrade over the old, just use the magician on the painting to unlock it. Well, this room needs to be beatable. To make the room beatable, I have to put the key somewhere. Even though it's the most blasé place to put it. I'm gonna move one of these over out of this room, so maybe I'll put the key up on one of these. I realize I have to put 12... Actually, I have to put 36 crystal balls before the fourth chapter, which sucks. This is a lot of crystal balls to put. Get some of this to the washroom. Got some kind of a pipe maze holding those up in a second. This room has no point. Oh no, it does have a point. Your goal is to go through this event back into this room, which was the original point of the forbidden hallway, except for now this is much more exciting than a hallway. Hallways are never exciting. All my homies hate hallways. I hate highways too, apparently. Well, I don't need a chair in here anymore. That chair was just because I was being lazy. I probably should have a lower light though, and I also need a plant right there. Just depends on how high these lights are. How these lights go. If you crawled your way up here, they would get the job done. Oh, that's right. I can hide a key in the toilet. Forgot about that. I'll even put some message somewhere about someone losing a key in the toilet. Maybe I can have just like employee messages too. Like every, you know, creepy game ever has, they always have the employee messages talking about bizarre things happening. There is only so many spaces for things, but I could actually tell the story more that way. I have kind of gone back and forth on that, on whether or not I think I should have lots of dialogue or less dialogue. I kind of wanted Tinka and Poppet to talk a fair amount, but everybody else, you know, results may vary. Oh, there's a goodie box in here. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a goodie box. A giant goodie box. All my homies hate the giant goodie box. Plus it takes up a big amount of space. Could go in here. What I really need is a steampunk vending machine for the staff room. Actually, I'll put it over here. I should probably make all these just smaller. I could make this a brutal brawl. With just cannons everywhere shooting at you. Technically, I could just put this over here and you could bounce your way up. Makes it completable. I kind of want to start making a lot of these more like escape rooms, where there's like lots and lots of weird puzzle thingies for you to mess with. God, I can make this chapter take forever. I could add more bosses in if I did that though, because you'd spend so long in each room you'd have almost no choice not to do that. You know, that occurs to me, this room needs a puzzle. Because every time I've ever seen a horror game, they have puzzles along the lines of, can you put the shape in the right, you know, hole kind of thing? Like, they're so simple and stupid, but the reason why they're challenging is that there's, you know, a killer after you that will kill you if it catches you. So this here could have exactly that, where there's some kind of puzzle to solve while facing Charlotte, and this way it makes you have to spend extra time in there dealing with her instead of just grab a key and run, which is what I've been doing. Let's think about what kind of puzzle, because this room needs an improvement. It's such a big room that it needs to occupy a lot of time. Like, you just running through it is not acceptable. I mean, because once you run through over to here, you get your thing, and then you end up running back around here, and then some kind of random beeline. Usually this route, I believe, is the best one to get to the door and get out, and then you just go back over the top. And that's still a fair amount of time wasted, sure, but I can do better. I'm sure I can occupy at least 15 to 20 minutes of this room. Especially because you're going through it twice. And if you fall, obviously it occupies way more time, but we're going to make the assumption you don't fall. For how much time it occupies? I guess you could get none of the extras, and that would obviously make it take less time, but there's just empty space that could be used up. Like, I could do all kinds of extra layers of stuff here to screw with you. In fact, I probably should. Like, just have an upper area, because this is already higher than it would normally be, so just a secondary... Huh. Well, I do have to remember that this is the height of the door, but this is like a playroom for kids. Look at the size of these. I mean, adults could crawl through this, sure. You'd have to crawl. You're not. Well, you might duck your way through that. Well, you might be able to crouch your way through that. But if that's a door halfway through, you're looking at like, I don't know, 3.5 feet. Is my guess for the size of these things, which would make it basically for kids. Which means that I could have something up here that would be at about this height, and it would be acceptable because it's for kids, so they could crawl around under it and not care. Hey, Threads. How many levels done? I don't know about that many levels done. They keep updating the levels and making them better and better, so... I don't even think the first one is technically done. Because I keep adding to it. It's getting better, though. I removed a level, that's true. Now things are so much better. I need to add a bunch of crap under here too, that's true. All kinds of new rooms getting added in. Yep. If you're doing 3D and you're not using Unreal, you're probably making a mistake. Yeah, it's like the best 3D engine of, well, the big three, I guess. Oh, let's test this. Gotta test my new jumping in. Oh, that's a good question. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and use the activate all the toys. Oh yeah, that's not even a puzzle. Actually, to be fair. Oh, if you had double jump, really? Oh, you can make that, and you get over here and get on top of this. That's fair. Why should I put the key over here then? But you can probably just jump from there to there. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, maybe. Oh, double jump, sure, but. I guess in case you want to just save one thing, I don't know. I usually Control Shift S over and over as my default save. You'll see me do it all the time. It's just Control Shift S because that's the save all shortcut, and it's a lot faster than going to that. I mean, you know. But maybe you don't want to save everything. Sometimes I've had issues where saving was a bad idea. No. As far as multiplayer, it's a Metroidvania. It's just not built for multiplayer. Like, I mean, the whole premise of Metroidvania is being all about progression via finding new stuff, and traversal and things doesn't really fit the multiplayer aesthetic particularly well. People have talked about having like a doll battle arena, which you could definitely take this idea and turn it into that, but it was definitely not a not really something I was considering doing. What I say about the level, I believe, yeah, saves current level to disk, yeah. The thing about adding multiplayer is you have to change the whole way the game is programmed. It's not like just a drop in and go. It's really not. Plus then you have to deal with servers and all that crap, and then my target audience is not that. Like, Metroidvania players aren't looking for some multiplayer shooter. It's like adding a city where you can, or actually a town where you can have cats in it in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Nobody's there to play city, okay? Or play town maker. Everybody wants to kill people. You like 100 players, PvP, or wins. Yeah, I'm with game. Make it Fortnite, but with dolls. Yeah, Fortnite. It's the right engine. It's definitely the right engine. Yeah, I know. That's the joke. People, gosh, the number of people who've actually shown up in here, and they weren't even joking. I was like, wait, what? That's fair. I've never in my life played Fortnite. I've seen someone play it briefly. That's my experience of Fortnite. And I was like, wow, that's cool there, buddy. I mean, people don't always want unique. Don't believe me? Look at the popularity of Fortnite, PUBG, and all the other ones just like it. Like, a lot of people want the same. I don't know why. But people find, I guess, comfort in the familiar, or maybe that's just the kind of game they were looking for. I don't know. Whatever the case, creativity is not always rewarded. Creativity is not always fun either. He says he makes this 3D doll-based Metroidvania thing. This game could be terrible for all I know. I hope not. You want Final Fantasy VII getting a Battle Royale issue? You only have to put his guy down and only for mobile? That's listening. Yeah. Yeah, Dissidia. They decided to take what was actually a fun PSP series that was like it was like a solo arena type of game. Like we were traveling around the world, like fighting the other people like that. It had a little story and everything like that. It was. Oh, did it? Oh, okay, well, because the original first two Dissidias were nothing like that trash multiplayer thing. I was like, wow, really, guys? I was so excited until I heard what this was. I was like, oh, I don't want to play some. Well, it wasn't that it was multiplayer, it was trash. It was that it was a team-based game, and I hate team-based games. Like I hate. There's no game genre I hate more than a team-based game. It's not even a genre, that's just a game type. NT, yeah. Yeah. Well, originally the point behind NT was they were told to not copy the other Dissidia games, so they decided to make it a multiplayer thing. And I was watching its development because I liked the first two Dissidias. I was like, hell yeah, this is cool. And then, oh, it's a multiplayer, and it's a team thing. Okay, I don't want to play this. That was it. That was it. I was like, that was my whole thing. It's like, I don't want to play this. And I didn't look at it after that. Yeah, it was nothing I wanted. I liked the little solo mode. It was a lot of fun. It was something unique, and then they turned it into some trash clone thingy that I was like, this is just not fun. Which made me real sad. I was like, nah. It was just awkward. Like, you can make the jump, but it's so awkward and hard to tell because it's so dark down there. Opera Omni? I kind of never look anymore. I heard about that one. I kind of don't ever touch, free-to-play gacha stuff. They're fun for like, a little bit of time till you hit that grind to get whatever dumb thing, and then they become way less fun. And it's inevitable because that's how they get money, by forcing you to have to grind or pay them cash. And I hate free-to-play mechanics. My time is more valuable than that. He says as he sits here in game devs. I guess if a game dev is not like a time waster. Unless your game sucks, then it's completely a time waster. That's true. But I don't know, I guess a lot of game devs I know never complete a game, so to be fair, they are wasting their time. But I'd look at Opera Omni. I saw some of the little cutscenes from it as they introduce certain characters. Well, I don't even need to grow that plant, I just jump. I can't just jump from down here, right? Yeah, it's a little bit, well, obviously double jump, but we're gonna assume you don't have double jump here because you shouldn't, unless you're a cheater. I guess that works. Yeah, I usually just prefer to buy the game so then I don't have to deal with free-to-play mechanics. It's cheaper in the long run anyway. Most games sell for like some chumpy amount of money, and all the whole free-to-play games have like these, like a single microtransaction is often more expensive than the paid games. Are like, just buy these free-to-play games, are way too expensive for me. Heck, most mobile games you can get for sub $5. Actually, to be fair, a lot of games on Epic and Steam are sub $5 at this point too. Anyway, finally got myself a copy. Alice Madness returns for 99 cents. I'd already beaten it. I just, since it's a game inspiration, I was like, okay. I beat it a long time ago on console. But I didn't have a copy. I guess there's mods for the PC version too. There's like a fully HD mod or something. Yeah, I'll play back through it with a fully HD mod. The best thing about that game was the graphics anyway. Actually, not the graphics, but just the worlds they created were very cool. The actual gameplay wasn't that great. Turn on the water. Very important. Wait, shouldn't you have a little stream coming out of here? Wait, what the? Now I can see it. I just hadn't loaded, huh? Very important. Also very important. I'm obviously going to hide something in a toilet. There's just no world I'm not going to hide something in a toilet. That reminds me, I could have put pipes in the back of this, because you can see out the back of this like this, because I never added that. True. Do I just want to bend a pipe and stuff it in the thing? I guess I could do that too. Just bend it straight into the ground. That makes the most sense. I realize I don't play a lot of games anymore. I'm so busy making games and regular work that I don't have time for also playing games. Which seems like something I should probably make time for, so I could, you know... Actually, I'm not sure I want to study a lot of the new game stuff, because most of the new games are pretty bad and people complain about them, so... Maybe I should not, you know, profane my mind with all the garbage that comes out these days. Keep myself pure so I can still have fun game mechanics. Basically, if I had myself under a gaming rock, I can ignore all the AAA slop and free-to-play garbage for a little bit longer. Okay, click on this. Now click on this. Can I move that? No? Okay, click on this, then click on this. First use blind bug. Like this, maybe make it a little more. That'll probably get the job done. Someone suggested the ability to flush yourself down the toilet, but the problem is Poppet's just too big. She really is just too big to fit in the little toilet thingy. It's a little hole, it doesn't really work. She's way too big for that. Sounds like, well then shrink yourself down. Yeah, okay. I suppose that's possible, but I imagine if I was going to let you shrink yourself down, it wouldn't be so you could flush yourself down a toilet. That would be pretty funny, so maybe. I don't know where you would go, though. The games... I try to limit with you going between the floors quite a bit on the grounds of progression. Don't know. Toilet pipe. It adds SM underscore for me automatically because it's weird. It's the only place it does that, which still boggles my mind. Bugs me that this doesn't say 90. It also bugs me this says negative. Fine, say negative, see if I care. It likes the negative sign. -0. Perfect. Thanks. Hey, Shawnee B, how's it going? Hey, Bird. How you doing? Literally during an ad break, isn't it? Jeez. The raid happens right during the ad break. My life is ruined. Oh no. It is ruined. Okay, this fit way better in the world than it does here. Why is that? I have questions. Whatever. Ah, there we go. He rated just as the an ad was going, apparently. So how's it going, Johnny B? Hey, Bird. Yep. I decided I would I've been making a bunch of changes to the game, including having a washroom here now too, so this splits up into 2 different rooms here. Washroom here, and then this is going to be a little staff room that I haven't done crap with yet. I'm shrinking this room down to a smaller version of this room because it was mostly empty. Putting Charlotte's bedroom back here. I'm removing this portion of the building, which is taking a lot of effort on the second chapter, but these were just completely unused portion of this level. So I'm gonna chop it there so I don't add a bunch of worthless crap and have more levels to building more floors. Pretty good, guys. Dynamically spawning. Broken in dungeon. Some bug fixing. Small mouse between. Nice, nice. The process now. What we got next? Fair. What I end up doing whenever I at like a crossroads is just it's what would it take to get the game finished. I just make a list of these things I gotta do and I just start doing them. I always have an end point made and then a beginning point. I just start adding things in between and just now it's the what can I do to polish stuff. Yeah, Leposian. That's kind of what I'm doing now. It's like, okay, well, what do I need to finish? Go. What gets me there? Let me do these. I also like to look for what's peak delusion now. It's going okay. I keep restructuring so that it's there's less wasted crap. Like I wasted space. It's just it wasn't gonna do anything. I realized these had holes in the back, so I had to make sure this pipe went here so that there was no hole in the back. I can move this over, but it doesn't look so bad. Maybe it's just welded on there.
Am I me? The gears whisper my name, but the steam stitched my dreams. You're going the right way.
This is still kind of uncomfortable here. It's actually really uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. Being RPG, so enemy types, room, layout, algorithm, more weapons. Domain, characters and many. When I recommend starting with your main character. People tend to get much more behind the game when you have a unique character to follow. And games never look like a real game until you replace Manny or Quinn, you know, with something. Anything. There's just something about them that just, you know, stream's prototype. So I usually recommend replacing them ASAP. Yeah. Well, I've had this conversation with various streamers like that, but the thing is you know, when you game dev on Twitch, you have to do it, or as a streamer in general, you have to focus more on having visuals early on than you would in the process if you weren't, you know, a streamer. Because, well, it's a visual medium, so you gotta give them something to look at, and code's not really something to look at. It's that's how I lose viewers. I start coding. I mean, I got a code, but plenty of viewers, like if there's like a big raid or something, I immediately drop all code and start either playtesting the game or doing something visual for that very reason. But I mean, giving your game an identity really does help a lot in general. Also for advertising purposes. It's just as uncomfortable. The whole setup is uncomfortable. Actually, to be fair, with that there, I can just jump directly on it. That's more comfortable. And I can just grab.
The gears whisper my name.
And I can grab this here.
You're going the right way. Whisper my name. Please don't. The steam lies through.
Ainsbury. Well, thanks for the sub on Kick. That reminds me. Aha. Get me out of here. Aha, +1 on the Kick supporters. Gotta upgrade your name in the credits. Anyone who ever subs gets added to the credits. Whoever is subbed the longest or donates the most gets higher up in the credits. Doesn't matter which of the platforms you do it on. I just have a different listing for each of the platforms. Though, well, I mean, I can refund it or something. I think I could refund it. I don't even know if I can refund it. I've never done that on Kick. Whatever the case, you should... Oh, I'll appreciate it. Well, you should definitely remember to cancel then. Like, ASAP so you don't eat a bunch of charges if you don't want to pay a bunch of charges. So I do appreciate it. This isn't so bad of a jump. The other one should be identical, so... No. Well, I appreciate it. It adds up. That's one more doll towards the cause, as they say. I need a way to reach onto those. I might be able to get there from here. I don't know, as a Twitch streamer and game dev, suddenly a few dollars feels like a lot. When I was just a magic trader, or basically like I sold magic cards online, a few dollars seemed like nothing. One of these themes seemed like a way better decision in my life. That's so true. Wait, where's this wall here? I have questions. So I can easily get up here, and then from here I can easily make it over this. Alright, alright. I guess I do have a way up here. Ah, now you know how to get this. But I still want to pipe these over here. These are levitating, by the way. I just thought I'd point that out, in case you weren't certain. Well, you know, sometimes Shift N does things. Sometimes it sends it to the Shadow Realm. You never really know with Shift End. Yeah, like, it aligns it with the floor. Does it, though? Is the floor in hell? Because sometimes that's about where it puts them. Yep. Plastic Unreal. You're like, that's a thing. Yeah, one of the weird pipe contraptions up here, but I guess it's unnecessary. I don't want to push this door completely against the wall because it'll open up and hit that. It's kind of hard to hide jumping puzzles inside of a restroom. I'm a little secret. It's not something I thought about at first. Also, I'm gonna flip this fan on real fast. One sec. For some reason, even though we're halfway into September, it's going to hit over almost 100 degrees again. I hate that. I hate that so much. You can feel the heat. It's so much more than the previous couple weeks. Yes, it's going to be hot. I hate it. This computer's a heat machine too. Today it's gonna hit 97, tomorrow is 99, then it goes back to 94, then 83, then 91, then 96, then 97, then 91 in a thunderstorm. Glorious. Yep, close all those windows, keep the evil outside world out. I want something else hidden in here. I want more goals. Basically, I want a really good use for opening these stall doors. And then moving them around because they can create like a, you know, a bridge of sorts. That sounds much nicer. Instead of it being in the 90s all the time. Yeah, that's... You have one day of pretty good and then a bunch of days of great. That sounds... You got some like perfect temps in there. God, if it's between 70 and 80, I'm in 7th heaven. As long as it's below 90, I don't care. Below 90 and above like 50. I don't really like below 50. Then I gotta actually get like coats and crap or something. Yeah. I don't like this table here. Yeah. I should use the cool air to help this place out too, but... Well, that's what I used to do at night when I was streaming at night. I would just sit there and run the, leave the window open with like a fan in it or something like that, and it would just get really cool in here. But that doesn't really work when you start earlier in the... Actually, what is the temp right now? I guess it could work. I could put a fan in the window. Won't last for long, but... Well, for like about an hour I can get away with it. After that it'll be 80 degrees outside. I'll put a fan in the window real fast. One sec. Room is in dire need of fresh air. The computer just generates so much heat in here, and I close the door because I don't want the outside noise from the rest of the house, so it's just almost an oven in here practically. Yeah, that's fair. We have dry heat here as well. Humid heat. When I lived in the Portland metro, it was the worst thing ever. I don't really know what else I can squeeze in here. These open that way. That's super awkward. It'll just hit this door, right? Does it hit the door? No, it does. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Well, don't open both at the same time. I guess. Not sure what I can do about that one. I can push the whole thing over, I guess, to this other area. Well, if I did that, I guess I can have a better pipe maze over the other side. If I did that, that's true. Gives me room to play with. I'm probably not going to leave my little accordion thing here. I don't know what I'm doing with this yet. I just move it there as a reminder to do something with it. Put your phone into... Oh, it says... yeah, on these days... yeah, on these hot days, the game room gets super hot. Yeah. Feel the computer's generating all that heat. Get your phone, eat breakfast. Fair enough, I'll be here. Doing my thing. Continuing the restructure of these rooms. In my fanatical pursuit of game dev power. Oh, there's a mirror here. Okay, let's not leave mirrors places. They are heavy. They are so heavy. And it's just a washroom thing. I don't need this. Yep, door problem. Happens. If you look at this room, had like I was gonna have like Charlotte's bedroom in here and the washroom. Look at how much space this occupies. That had no real function in the game. Like I had never done anything with it. And then I would just cut these rooms in half. Basically, oh, I put Charlotte's room here, and I cut this one to like quarter size, and suddenly, look at how much space was just completely useless in my level design. That's so much. So much. Kinda, yeah. Well, see, I had the best DLC mechanism ever. I could just have a painting that appears that leads you to a different area. But what I realized is that the only reason this building is this size, like these floors this size, is because back in the original version of this that was like super spread out in the countryside and everything, the second floor of the east wing was this size. It was a small section of the building too. I was super delusional back then. It was like the east wing was 2 stories tall, both this size. The moonlit garden was about 5 times the size of one of these. There was a gazebo out there that was like half the size of this. There was a giant section in the front, the main section, which was, I think, like, oh god, it was like 6 to 8 times. That thing was at least 20 floors. It was like the whole thing. If you spread it out, it was like the equivalent of like at least 20 floors of this building. At least, probably more. It was so delusional. Yeah. Well, I just had no concept of how long it took Poppet to get places. Because when you look at it and just looking around, things don't look big. Yeah, increase the size of that. See that camera phone there, buddy? Thank you. Like, if you look at this room doesn't look big. It looks really tiny, and it screws with me until I play with Poppet. I'm like, it's actually huge. You start to realize how long stuff takes, and it's like, oh, okay, well. Yeah, it just confused the crap out of me. So the more I work on it, it's like, oh yeah, that was a bad plan. And anything's happening here is because initially, when this was in the other building, and like the first form of it, it only took about half an hour to reach, you know, Vu at the end. And now, if you get everything, it takes around 2.5 hours. And I've added new rooms since then to make it take even longer. Because my level design's gotten even better with way more things that I do. Yeah. Anything you said about roads? Yeah? I don't even remember what I said about roads, but I'm glad someone remembers. That's fair. Yeah, like, as time's gone by, I've just realized that my design's gotten way better and I can occupy your time more interestingly in a smaller section. And I was like, well, I was gonna split up and add all this stuff. A weekend I was thinking about it, I was like, if I do this, I'm creating all these rooms that do nothing. They were never supposed to be there, and now I'm just finding all these time wasters that I didn't have any idea for them. They weren't interesting. They were there. So the theory is, instead of wasting time on a bunch of crappy rooms that weren't useful, why don't I just keep improving the rooms that are already here with that same amount of time and effort? Just take this effort here and just cram it on top of this, because I'd rather have, you know, these rooms here be way more interesting than extra rooms that aren't that great. Massman says, yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, the washroom, the original washroom was just sitting there, and it was, I built it months ago, but I had no use for it. It's just always there. Charlotte's room's the same way. Charlotte's are really old, actually, and I was like, I don't have a use for this room. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, more engaging gameplay, exactly. And there was just the Forbidden Toys room. If you looked, like, the center looked all cool, and then you walked around the outside, and it was just empty. It's just this huge empty space around it, which I get was like visually okay, but it seemed kind of weird. There's just this bizarrely empty room except for the very center. And to be fair, the new one is a little small. I think I need to tweak it a bit so it looks better. I also decided that I'd make the arena for Vu much smaller because it was really hard to keep up with the player. It just was. I might actually make Vu smaller too in general, because she has a hard time hitting and it's kind of awkward. Because this used to be bigger, but the simple reality was it just wasn't that necessary to be big. Also, I discovered these fog volumes that you can just drop places. That's not the fog volume. I can click it wherever it is. There it is. And they just kind of fit places, and they're great. Not sure I want it in here, but it looked really good in the empty area in here. Because you get closer, it goes away. But I mean, how much better does it look with the fog in this room? Exactly. I do need it. Well, there's just a lot of empty, worthless areas, and I'm just going back through and improving them all, because you get rooms that are just, there's nothing much going on. This got a little better, but this room just sucks. Like, I hate this room. Like, this feels like a wasted room. It has two different jumping puzzle setups in here, I guess, but they're boring. Also, below here, this whole area below the maze is just empty. You just run through it later to get to this door. You don't even care. Like, that's stupid. Why is that a thing? It could be way more interesting than it is. This whole area was empty until I started adding things into it, and it's more interesting now. Same thing up front here, where this whole area out here, like, it started right here, and this whole area was just empty. I improved this whole area out here too. Like, there's just so much I can improve. And so it's just less nothing. This one hasn't really improved much. I added some things in, but it's mostly curiosities inside of these that are something to look at versus being gameplay interesting. There's pipes to wander around. There's stuff to do in here, but I'm not happy with this room. This room is terrible. You can see it in every playtest. I immediately go beeline for, I get the Hierophant and I go do this jumping puzzle, grab the key, and I leave. There is another jumping puzzle over here that would be used to go all the way around to get to this here. They're really long. They're okay. But most of the time, you just kind of completely ignore this whole section of the room. This section of the room too. Like, there's very little you do in most of this room here. And you know, it's cool to have visual setup that's not neat and everything, but at the same time, I need to squeeze more to do in there and turn more things for the player to screw with. And the thing is there's no real shortcut to open. You're trying to get to the next room. So you get the key, and that's just the way to get to the next area entirely. I mean, you're still in one room. And it's not like you need some huge shortcut, right? Like, you're in this room, you grab this key, you run over to this door. Like, this is not a long trek. I want you to have to take a longer trek intentionally because you just run right for it. It's basically a built-in shortcut. Now, you're not going to crap. Even here, like, you know, you'll do this big long thing, you'll go back through here, you'll run all the way around, you'll go get this key. You're doing all this crap over here, you'll get it, and then you'll just jump down and run out through this door right into here. So it's also kind of a shortcut too. Here you get the thing and you come out right here. Like, instead of to go back through the maze, you just get to pop right out from by the painting through here to get to the thing. So there is kind of a shortcut as is. And you just run through this pipe and then just run right over to the door. And this part's my issue with this. Like, this section is boring. Also, a lot of these rooms are boring, so that's why Ducky Land showed up here. Where the little duckies are, so you can hit duckies around. Does this do anything? No. They're in the way. They're fun to hit with, you know, the fools. About it. Just indestructible duckies that just are here. Fossils, yeah. Pretty much. Well, it used to be you just ran through this room and there was a light in here and, like, you know, occasionally some enemies would spawn, and now there's duckies. Give you more reason to just take time. Just like right back food? Fair enough, I'll be here. Yeah, that's the new design thing I'm doing. Just going back through and making my stuff more fun. More stuff. More things to do. More puzzles. More just everything. Make the rooms look nicer. I mean, like, this room has gotten some huge changes. This room gets changed all the time, but I mean, adding in all that greenery and everything also helps. And yeah, more greenery too, but I gotta convert these over from brushes into things before I add the greenery. And I gotta decide like this. I probably gonna have like little gutters that come down and block these off, and I want to kind of have a jumping thing through here too. Because now the Empress is kind of awkward to get. Well, you lower the water enough and it's not that awkward, but it's a little awkward. Also, now I want to wait for things to float on the water because there's rubber duckies, and you know people are going to throw those in the water and they're going to be real sad if they don't float. You know this is true. It's like the thing where Thomas Brush was talking about it, where, you know, you add in these things that are fun, that the player just wants to do, that occupy time, that don't matter. Like being able to flush a toilet is something you toss in there that doesn't matter, but players will want to do it. I mean, unfortunately, I can't really flush these toilets because the stupid chain is connected to the model. But I maybe have my own chain or something. I don't know. Find some way to pull it off. I made the lids raised lower, so... But I probably need a way to flush them because, again, you know, players are going to want to do that. And, you know, people will sit there for some non-zero amount of time using the magician to flush the toilets. You know what'll happen. If I put it in, obviously, which I probably will. Just like I made it where you could turn the faucets on. Will you do this? I don't know. People will be excited that there's just one extra weird feature. I haven't unrolled the toilet paper yet. That'd be... You 100% know that if toilet paper was an option in here, people would use it. They're like, you know, throw it all over the place. You know it. To be honest, I don't really know how a roll of toilet paper would work. But it would be pretty fun. Where you could just sit there and keep yanking on the roll and create little piles. Well... It wouldn't look right. Because I mean, every time you could every time they use it, it could rotate, and you know, basically attach a square onto it like that every time, and it could and every once in a while you cause it to just keep shrinking every time they rotate it, and we keep adding one more onto the end, like some sort of a spline setup. I don't know how you would tear it though. I mean, because I could make it more individual sections that you could grab, but they wouldn't grab as a chain. Like, you couldn't tear them if I did that. I don't know. That one's a difficult one. 'Cause I really just... If you want to be able to tear it at any point and then have it be like an entire strip, there's gotta be a way to do that. Gotta be a way. Oh, well, it's not important yet, but hear me out. In the future, it's important. I should probably convert these things into those. I also need to just go through and rip the band-aid off and redo these on the building. True. I also have to redo these floors. Oh god, I gotta redo this floor again. To be fair, this floor had like a fake thing in here because I had to redo it. Because originally that was the way down. Fine. I'll redo the building first. I gotta do all of it anyway. I actually went out of the way to try to figure out if I could just remove floors from the building because it would be a lot easier. But I really just came to the conclusion I was wasting a lot of time and effort towards things that didn't matter. That's so true. Things that just didn't matter. I mean, why get rid of a bottom floor that's like cool when I could get rid of the trash things I was never going to build? At least that's the theory. It's not a bad theory. The ugly part is these are all united together as singular things. I gotta redo those as well. On the plus side, I don't actually know what the plus side is. Never mind. I was excited there for a second until I realized I couldn't name a plus side. The plus side is I don't have to redo these because they already have holes in them. And these shouldn't be too hard to redo. Actually, to be fair, I guess once I redo one of these, I shouldn't have to redo many of them. Because 3 of them are the same. Bottom floor is not the same. Oops. Number lock is not on. Yeah, 100% on this. I mean, looks. I guess it sticks over the side kind of a lot there, doesn't it? I guess to be fair, they all did. That's kind of the point. I'm not sure it sticks over the side enough. On this side. Hard to tell. Well, it's twice as thick as I think it is, isn't it? I thought there was like a hole in that or something. It was just a reflection screwing at me. That's probably visually acceptable. Not exactly perfection, but close. Fine. This will give me an idea how big the other one needs to be too. I just remove 20 from it. It's probably a lot to remove. Is that how much I want to remove? Probably not. It's pretty big. That's probably more accurate. Actually, looks like they should probably be pulled in more from the sides. Kinda, yeah. But should it though? I guess it doesn't have to be because you can just put the roof there anyway, and this doesn't really have to line up. Like, it doesn't let it block that at all. So it goes over the top, and then you just go whatever, and it's fine. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm at it. Here it goes. No thanks. One of these days I'll go through and sort all these, or maybe dig out some of the other tracks that I have to listen to and I've never bothered with. We'll call it a ledge. Perfect. Is there any reason I don't want to unite these? Not really. Just in case, I'll keep some up here. Because down there on the ground I might want to fill in the blanks or so. From an optimization standpoint, it would actually probably be better to not create a full edge like this, because then you really just have to complex and move on. Actually, you don't really have to. You could put it all into a blueprint and then add all the collision yourself, and then merge it, and that would also do the same thing. But hear me out, it didn't do that. There you go, it's my explanation. I think it's a solid explanation, really. It's like I coulda, but I didn't. Maybe, nah. Possibly, no. That's it, that's all. That's my explanation. It's actually probably a bit thicker, honestly. A little bit. I'm okay with this. Means Poppet can more easily reach a window if need be. Actually shrunk the size of this one too. Yeah, it's no small feat removing a section of this building, by the way. No small feat entirely. It should be fair, this roof is almost the right size as is. Almost. It basically kind of is the right size. I'll pull this up and see. Close. It's basically a little wider this direction. That's what I'm thinking. Welcome back, Ginsburg. Actually too large. Not an easy way to do this, unfortunately. I can see. Hey, Dream. Not a late night for me. I actually started like 2.5 hours ago. Started doing more morning things just because it's just hard on me being up all night. Now I can just leave for work whenever someone has an appointment. So I can just, you know, better plan my day around what actually makes the money. Yeah. I love streaming, I do, but yeah. It ain't paying no. Well, it'll pay some. I actually doesn't really pay many of the bills, but it does buy new stuff for my game. Like that. Oh, I didn't do it this way to start with. One missing wall is going to be a problem, I guess. I just have to assume that I got this. That's my plan. So what's your strategy? Well, I just got this. Oh, I'm redoing the building to be, I'm basically cutting this section off of the building, which means I'm restructuring it to, you know, I have to redo all these because these are, as you can see, full things that are too large all the way down. So I'm shrinking that down. I've already reworked the first chapter to have, you know, not this section involved because it was just all basically blank crap. Added in some new rooms, made things more interesting. All the rooms that were, well, a lot of the rooms that were already there. Chapter 2 is a dumpster fire. It needs to be completely restructured. I did a bunch of restructuring over the weekend, but I probably have another 2 or 3 hours of the second chapter rearranging it to make it work with the new setup. Chapter 3 doesn't even matter. Chapter 4 took like 5 seconds. Because there's not much there yet. Finally daytime? Oh. No, just, it's hard to design in the dark. So I turn the lights on for that. This is the building that goes on every map, so I just do the building once and then I never do it again. Unfortunately, it does take some effort, some doing. Sticks out like by like 1 or something. Maybe it's 134 is the correct number. It needs to be relatively the same size. Like if it's a little off, I can kind of move some crap so that it works, but also the windows need to be in roughly the same area. Kinda. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe I can space them a little better. Problem is certain ones really do need to kind of be there. This does not have to be changed. This can be completely kept the same on both sides. It's just these side ones here where I'm basically Xing off 2 windows. So possibly I might restructure. Liquid glass, can I ask not why? What do you do with liquid glass? Only questions. What do? I know not these things. I do not comprehend. I am the dumb. Here comes liquid glass. Oh. Any project games you built for that, bro? There's some couple game jam things mostly. And I had one project that got much farther and is still sitting up on itch.io, and then this one's the biggie mostly. The biggie. Yeah, as far as UIs go, I wish the phone companies would just stop. Please stop updating your thing because your new UI doesn't do anything great. It involves a bunch of features that I'm never even going to look sideways at, and it's just kind of tedious. Please stop. Leave it alone, it works. I know they don't want to leave it alone because they hate everyone. But hear me out. It was already working. Update the security, stop messing with it. Seriously. Some people's children. Quite a negative this one. Might be. I'm gonna have to study where the windows can go. I'll have to look at the other level to do it. Trouble is, if I go to the other level, it won't. I'm an expert. I don't know about that, but I make stuff. My biggest regret is I kept trying to make things better. And I would, instead of releasing games, I would just make them better, better and better, and never release the game. I made so many projects that I just threw away for no reason. Maybe the thing, the biggest problem with going back to these levels is the brushes don't always sit correctly on these levels, so it's hard to tell. The question is these ones. How often does it matter? Well, clearly it doesn't matter on this one, because I literally was happy to block the whole thing off. Lagga, 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 lagga. Just lag, lag, lag. Not surprised it's laggy. It's got some... I need to get rid of all these brushes. Geometry brushes are terrible. It matters a lot. It actually matters a great deal. Damn. It matters because right here, these two windows. This whole area is built around that. If I move these windows, well, I've been moving them farther over. Everything's built around having these windows where they're at. The new question is, I guess I can just keep these singular windows here. I guess I just keep it exactly as it is. Too many things are built around these windows being where they're at. I just can't. I don't want to redesign everything again. Unfortunately, this key will need to be moved to a different section. Let me go ahead and fix this little key problem here real fast. Let me go ahead and fail to click this dumb thing. Pretty hard to click it, it's tiny. Alright, so this is going to be really hard to fix. I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. Oh, okay, I'm done. Never mind. Anyway. I just want you to go out the window and grab the damn key. I don't really care where the key's at. Hey, Lepus, how's it going?
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Aha. Greetings, greetings. I think I just leave the window like the one. I just chop these off, just literally straight cut it. I don't want to remake everything. I just don't want to do that with my time. I no. Doing good? Nice, nice. How goes your improvement of the Game Jam game? You're applying for jobs around? Probably a good call. Those jobs aren't going to apply for themselves. They need your help. You should just become a full-time streamer. Eh? Eh? Make the big bucks? Get all the monies? Become rich and powerful as an influencer? Like all the cool kids are doing? You know you want to be like the cool kids. Who doesn't want to be like the cool kids? I guess I want to dupe the windows and put them directly on here. Well, actually, I don't have to dupe the windows. I just want to block these off like that, and then... You wish you were cool? Ah, you're cool in my book. Granted, my book doesn't have a lot of pages, and most of them are scribbled on with funny little doodles that make no sense, but you can be cool in my book. I used the wrong thing. Catch you later, Dream. Thanks for dropping by. I will be here for many hours yet. Because I don't really feel that tired. Even though my schedule is still hot garbage. It's not the worst. It's hot garbage, but it's not the worst. Okay, it's hot garbage, and it is the worst, but that's okay. I forgot to swap this up. I guess to be fair, this is slightly smaller on these sides. Like, if I want to get technical, it is slightly smaller. I don't know how relevant that is. That's positive. Well, it's not going to go to the same location at all. These two should stay super glued together if I'm going to move them. That's actually pretty close. Really? Unreal's really not, it doesn't have the broad indies that it should, because it's just the better engine for 3D, but it has this, weird stigma that it's like this super hard engine to use when it's like easier to use than Unity, which is so weird to me, but here we are. It's like, okay. And it probably just comes from years and years and years of it being the AAA engine of choice. So people just think that's just how it is. It's fair. They don't exactly advertise themselves well to indies. Hell, half the time their Epic Mega Grants are just given out to AAA companies anyway. So I think we can all agree Epic does a terrible job marketing to indies. You really see it when I go to try to raid people and everyone and their grandmother is using, you know, Godot or Unity. And I'm like, I'm just looking for someone to raid who uses an engine I understand. Because, you know, I really don't. I mean, I'll watch an engine I understand, but I don't really want to. Yeah, yes, the skills can be used for both, who would know how to use Unity itself. Yeah. If you're trying to get a job in the AAA industry, then it's better to know Unreal. If you're trying to get a job in the... Actually, if you're just trying to get a job, it's better to know Unreal, probably, because it's not like indies are going to pay you very much anyway. Oh wait, that sucks. Yeah. Bizarrely thick. This thing's just too thick. A thick boy. Hey, how did that happen? Yeah, it's just too thick. Well, it's easily remedied. We just added this. But I think if you're trying to work with a bunch of indies, it probably is statistically better to learn Godot or Unity. Well, actually, to be 100% fair, I'm only basing that entirely upon trying to raid people on Twitch, so it's not like I have any kind of anything to go off of on that one. It's literally just, well, I raid people on Twitch, and it seems like everyone and their grandmother is using Unity and making something with AI that honestly isn't very good. And I don't really like you can do something with AI that's not terrible, but they aren't making anything. It's like, okay, cool, but okay. Like, eh. Yeah, I can. I've actually played some mobile games that were made in it. You could tell they were made in it, dudes. It's very obvious they were made in it. After hearing that Thomas Brush video where you talked to that guy about, you know, Unreal, and Thomas mostly, he was supposed to be the guy, but he mostly just complained about how bad Unity was for 3D. And then the other guy knew nothing about Unreal, and clearly it showed because he was saying all these things. I was like, oh, okay, none of that you just said was even correct. It's like, oh, he's like, oh, but I'm not actually one of the programmers. I was like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. You have no idea what you're talking about. Got it. Everything makes a great deal more sense, because it was like, it's like, yeah, you can really only have like one light. And I was like, no. The game is literally about lights. Let me tell you about how you can have a lot of goddamn lights. Oh, a lot of goddamn lights. Hear me out, you could have a lot of lights. Especially if you're the chosen one who's used mega lights, the greatest thing to ever exist. Excuse me, sir, have you had time to talk about our Lord and Savior mega lights? Didn't I? I did. I did. Is it? Wow. You know what's sad about that, right? I could update get animation sample. Just to double check. Sure. No, this one, please. Thank you. What the hell? And do a bunch of things here. There we go. I wonder why they're doing 5.7 so quick. Also, why their numbering scheme is what it is, because, you know, Unreal 4 sat there for like a million years and ended, what, like 4.27 or something? If I have a gripe with Epic, it's that they don't give enough time to any particular feature, and they just move out things so they can have buzzwords. So much of the crap they make isn't useful for anything. I wish they would just make some of their stuff better. Like their water system could not suck. That'd be really helpful. But instead we have Niagara water, which is absolute garbage and totally unusable. Thanks, I guess. It is so mind-numbingly heavy that you just can't really use it, like unless it's like a tiny puddle with one space on a level somewhere. It's so heavy. And then the other one's bound to their landscape, and it's a mess half the time anyway. To be fair, the landscapes are a total mess. Those things are glitchy, break all the time. Nanite landscapes is unusable. Gosh, that thing will corrupt your landscape half the time if you let it. So it's like, an Epic, please. And they're like, nope. And I'm like, alright, fine. I gotta save one of these two for later. But I mean, half the movement stuff I'm using is experimental. It's still better than what I had, so I'm keep using it, but it's literally just experimental. It'll have been really, it'll have been experimental all the way through version, pretty much every version, honestly. It's just been experimental forever. Experimental through 5.4, 5.6, and 5.7 now, so I mean, like, guys, I ain't asking much. Finish your stuff. And they're like, nope. And I'm like, the old new bugs in real time. You know, the good thing is they do listen. They just don't always find a way to solve it away. Oh yeah, there's still. I should be reporting all these bugs. There's so many bugs that are just currently in this that all they came from 5.4. Hey, how long is it going? What were you working on? Was it exciting? Was it wonderful? probably pretty loud, isn't it? Let me do this down a bit. I decided to reduce this floor size by 25%, so now I have to redo the entire building. But that 25% was worthless in the entire first chapter, so I mean, it makes sense. Kind of worthless thing, chapter, but it does kind of advance my game. I did that, and I took away one of the bottom floors, and because there was a whole extra thing like that, and now effectively it's like I have it's like I have was it 2.5 less floors to deal with? Because I just basically X'd out 25% of 6 floors and capped out the bottom floor. I may or may not add the bottom floor back. I'm uncertain because it's so far into the game, things could really change. But I'm becoming more and more cognizant of the fact that sometimes I probably am just wasting time and didn't need all these things. Maybe the game's a little bigger than it should be. Maybe someday I'd like to finish the game. Imagine finishing the game. We were just having a discussion in my Discord about how, you know, finishing games is not necessarily something people on Twitch like to do. Seeing as I haven't finished a game, I fall in this category. I haven't finished this game, so it's like, let me go ahead and cut like an extra year off the dev time, because it seems like I'll never get it done in the time I said if I have to do 7 floors. I hate remaking this. But it's a lot of time saved. I mean, cutting out 2.5 floors effectively out of 7. Yeah, it's just a small portion of the game. Yeah, this weekend, I guess I completed like, you know, 30 some odd % of my game secretly. Best strategy ever. You just complete like 30% of your game by removing a bunch. Alright. Come on, click this one, not that one. Can I successfully click this? No. There is one here. Oh, because it's not. The other thing's over the top of it. I guess to be fair, this doesn't line up as well as it could. Or does it line up better secretly? Kind of irrelevant. Oh, I expected windows to magically appear. But there was just one problem with that. There was never windows in this wall in the first place. True. What do I get rid of if I can... No, I just need to select flexing. Okay, sure. I'm just going to ram this up into the sky in case I need it as a divider again. Just so I know exactly where the new area breaks at. I'm probably fine with this setup. Control shift this. Let's go look at it on the other floor real quick and make certain it's golden before I merge it all together. Sure, the other level will be at a crawl. Let me just go ahead and add like 30 box brushes. That'll speed up a level. Oh. That's the bug I was talking about. When you move over here, all the stuff, the brushes will be off to the side. I mean, it's probably an acceptable area anyway. I don't think it even makes any difference on most of them. There's almost nothing that actually is affected by this, and being slightly to one side or the other by a couple pixels shouldn't make any real difference. Yeah, not really. Alright. On. Now I can actually have a small little park out here if I want. In case I want to have a little front yard. Well, that begs a question of for the building entrance. I might do that actually in front of the building, just have like a little, like, you know, build up to it. Of course, well, I can move the whole city. I don't have to move the building. That's right. We don't move the building, we move the city. Duh. Who doesn't move a city when you have the opportunity? I don't understand. It's just something you do. I don't care about these anymore. These windows have been axed from the game. We sending a message, boys. It's been axed. No, you. Oh, actually, that's right. Never mind. Yes, you. Nope. Oh, this one has so much water on it that I'm not sure I'm going to want to even have this window set up for it. So why I kept the one that didn't have anything on it, just for that one. Also for the bottom floor. Because obviously that one's going to be a bit different than the others. Ah, you got all of them. Sure. Just in case something is not the right thing. I was right, it is 30 brushes. Call it generic floor. Because a generic floor gets used multiple times. Sure. Double check that they're all on here, not getting weird. Looks pretty spiced to me. Yeah, I'm not gonna get all crazy with the collision on this. I'm just gonna go ahead and call it complex and move the hell on. Usually doesn't matter too much because these aren't that complicated of shapes. So yeah, there's a few triangles extra, but if you went and did it yourself in like a blueprint or whatever and merged all things together, it would be a little better, but not like an insane amount better. So I just don't bother. I'm just like, nah. It only really matters if you plan on doing some physics with it, but I don't really plan on doing physics with the exterior of the building. There's things in my life I never wanted to do, and that is definitely one of them. Why are you... Oh, I see. Well, that's why we have the windows here, so I can just cheat and use them as my yardstick to judge. I thought copy-pasting the thing would actually get the job done. Spoiler, it did not. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm dumb. Pretty much, Bird. My house is most certainly broken. It'll be fine, though. Well, this one I actually just put walls in. I didn't bother to put anything extra on because I didn't care. Probably because there was no way through it, so I can actually kind of cheat a bit. Migrate this over some so it's a little less ridiculous and just make floors like that. If I want to. I'll start removing. Oh, I'm removing this section of it. It just was full of a lot of useless crap in the first chapter, and I just was like, I can just remove this section. And then I was like, you know, I'm just gonna do that down all the way down. Because I was just filling the game full of a lot of stuff that didn't matter. And there was no point in having all this extra space and just me having to fill it with something. Because the original design of this place was based around the very first layout, with this being the top half of the east section, the east wing. And the east wing was originally the floor was like, you know, originally this size of these things here, and I just built the building around that thinking, okay, well I already have this made, but as time's gone by, I've made this area more compressed and full of a lot more interesting content, and it now takes 5x the time to get through it, and this area was just worthless. So that's what I'm doing, just going through and improving the building. Chapter 2 is like open heart surgery levels of difficult because Chapter 2 is far better laid out than Chapter 1. But unfortunately, well, about that. I have no other explanation about that. So Chapter 2 is going to get some serious reworking. Chapter 1, on the other hand, it's pretty good to go. Actually, improved some of the rooms in it and everything like that too. Replaced them and things. This sticks out way farther on this side, I think. Whatever, I don't care if there's additional area to run around on out here. It's fine. It actually doesn't look that additional at all. Huh. Seven hours later, Metahuman almost works as a one. Nice. Epic do be making things simple. First floor is going to be a problem. I'll have to remake that with the doors, but I think I'm going to have like a better entrance anyway. And there's all this crap. Just has to be rammed backwards, basically. These don't even have thingies on them. Nice. What happened to them? Don't know. There's a lot of bad design decisions that were just carryovers from the really bad design decision. Yes. From the dark times. Where my delusion was at peak levels. And it's already at pretty peak levels to start with just naturally, but holy crap, was it at peak levels then. Whew. Jesus, what was I smoking? It was the good though, it was just the good stuff. Do not recommend. But the delusion's a little less peak now. I wish metahumans did stylized characters. They sorta can, but they don't look right. I did get a stylized look. It was hideous and unnatural, but it did get a stylized look. So at least there's something. This one's a little less big than the others. It doesn't matter that much. I just push this pipe in a little more and call it square. Not as ideal as it could be. Oh well. You don't spend that much time running around outside, and to be honest, I wish I could kind of cut that out of the game entirely. Because of how much of a problem it caused me. Yeah, because originally this went out to, like, out to here or something, maybe? I don't know, sure, whatever. And the bottom ones are easy, because it's just going to be the same thing. This top area, which is why I kept this in the first place, so I can just do that. I no longer need this because I'm not going to use that anymore. It's coming along nicely. This is how we build houses now. I don't know if you know this. It's a very good system. 10 out of 10. Yeah, this is just a wall. They're just boring walls. Huh. Curiosity. Oh yeah. Website was not good. It did not have the editing options of that plugin. Could just make it the way it's supposed to be instead of screwing around with this. What am I doing? All these can be deleted. I don't need them. Continuing my peak delusion strategy. Reminds me, speaking of peak delusion, I forgot to include these. Not that they fit terribly well. They fit okay. They'd fit better if they're slightly off to the side, which is good to note. To be honest, though, this one did not fit very well when I did that. I should have known better. Window doesn't fit very well, to be honest, either. Was a little off kilter by comparison to the others. I'm missing the other chats too. It's definitely not a light plugin, that's for certain. It definitely demands much. At least in my testing, it sure demanded a lot. I was like, I see. So this is actually the front of the building. That doesn't have to be the case, does it? I mean, I have a vague layout for the third chapter, but it doesn't have to be laid out that way at all. It's just an idea, a concept layout. And I put the front here where I can have an entrance and make it look nice. Yeah, the entrance could just be here. Makes we're just still at the ocean, huh? I gotta redo all the floors and redo. There's so much I'm gonna have to redo. This is just. Also, I'm going to redo the map a bit because the map's not going to have as many blocks. It's going to X out a bunch of the game. It would have been way nicer if I could have just X'd out a couple floors. It would have been like, tick, tick, done. Maybe move the stuff off the fourth chapter. But no, I want you to go down farther underneath the building. I think it's much cooler. You're not going to have your super secret, God knows what, from people into dolls thingy up on ground floor. That's weird. I mean, maybe if you're like a Bond villain or something, I could totally see it. Am I going to have entrances and exits at both locations? Or am I going to have one on every corner of the building? Probably not. Maybe a back entrance. Oh, that begs a question. Damn. That does beg a question. So hear me out. I could axe this, and then have some sort of entrance area. Look at that. Optional, I can also just put a thing up here, and then I could build it where you could just go out onto this area. It would still be part of the building, but you'd have another area you could go to. Whereas if it's on the ground, I can't really justify why Poppet would be able to go there because it's not part of the building. Do we do that? Take a look how it looks, I guess. Of course, the main point of doing this was to shrink the size of the game, too. That could be a little roofing, too, but here's the downside. If I decide to do that, then that means that these floors below it are now this much bigger. So it's not free what I'd be talking about there at all. It's not free one bit. Like, it'd be fun for a style. It's not wrong. But I'm not sure I'm looking for extra space for Poppet to be able to wander around either. But I gotta ask these questions to myself, because you never know. Maybe it's like the best idea ever, and then you think about it, it's like, okay, this was a terrible plan, but it don't gotta be a terrible plan. But yeah. I think it would be kind of cool. I think I should make this the new entrance of the thing there, just to have a cool, nice, like, you know, look to it. But I put it at ground level so I can chop these bottom areas off, because I really don't want them there. Because remember, if I can keep you busy for like 2.5 hours or so in just the one floor with a small portion of the other, I probably don't need all this here. Like I could probably keep you busy with like 6 or 7 floors of that. Quite a long time. Besides, there can always be secret floors farther down. Yeah, okay. After that, you know, Q&A session with myself, I understand now that it's time to stop the peak delusion. You want the peak delusion, but hear me out, it's time to stop the peak delusion. And I'm gonna move this over to the front of the building on this side. I'll have to make a slightly different look at the bottom, I guess. It also doesn't have to have double doors. I had them over here, but they're really awkward because they're not built for it. So maybe I just don't have double doors. I can have a door at every corner if I want, though. Or should every side. Or I can optionally just duplicate everything but the front here. And just put a door on there and one at the back too. And just call it square like that. Which is probably the easiest strategy. It's no longer a very symmetrical building ever since I chopped those off. It's kind of a little special. Oh, I should have kept the window. Oh, god damn it. I forgot to keep a window. Damn. Oh well. I usually do this so I don't have to keep doing them over and over, but sometimes I'm not the brightest. Maybe I just like redoing stuff. Perhaps that's it. Maybe I just really like redoing things. Hear me out. I could not redo things, but what if, and I'm just saying, I'm just spitballing here, what if I do redo them? Unnecessarily and often. Yeah, see, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's as my designs have gotten more and more advanced, I've definitely learned that maybe, just maybe, I don't need as much space. Like, I can keep you busy pretty well by just making things more intricate. Even adopting an almost escape room level of why would you do this? Maybe not quite that bad, but I've thought about it, where I was like, listen, what if it was escape room levels of But Poppet just needs more things to do in each area. Like, from point A to point B, I can do a lot to make it take way longer. And that's what I should be doing, because if there's just any point where Poppet's just running along with nothing to do, that sucks. Why would I do that? That's not fun. Nobody likes that. I don't really care how thick this is. It's pretty irrelevant, actually. That'd be like the single worst location to try this at. Well, either way, I'm going to want to take both of these and dupe them one time. Okay, I didn't really need to dupe that. Actually, I'm just going to undupe that. I'm going to unclick this one. I don't want this one. Unclicky? Alright, just clicky and clicky then. So I do want these. But when I do the basement, I actually like the layout of the first chapter better now. A lot better. Okay, let's do this in a more logical way here. Let's click this. Then click this, and then this, and it should put it... Click off it, because blind bug. Actually, no, brush bug. Huey, there's bugs everywhere. There we go. Oh yeah, I may have lore things like that. So you have the crystal balls, which tell a story of a doll who came before you. The toy maker's like audio logs or whatever. Maybe like weird little workers' comments or something like that. Just stuff that's around there. So there's things, it's a lot like you see in a lot of the horror games where they have stuff to just grab. Kind of tell a story. But just having them be an empty space isn't all that interesting. I'd much rather have them be a little more than that. Like something around them than just them sitting there. How much is overlap? Jesus. That was definitely a problem I was encountering. It's just that, well, I could do all this, but, you know, why not have something to do there? Why not just have it not be empty space? Because a collectible is great and all, but a collectible in an empty room isn't exactly exciting. Oh, that's right, there's almost no windows on this side. Like one of these little like looking devices that reveals hidden things by just moving it around. You're just like, boop. Oh, only see part of the door. Oh, oh, there's door. Yay! I'll take what I can get. Okay, I'm easily amused. It's fine. Actually, I guess I'm not that easily amused at all. They could have bought it. I literally talk about how much I hate things like YouTube shorts and stuff all the time. Because they're just too boring for me.
I find scrolling social media to be pretty dull. So clearly, maybe I'm not so easily amused. Yeah, I guess I just put one door on each, just mirror it like that and call it square. And the only... Just depends if I want to do it on the front or not.
Usually the front doors are much bigger because there's like 2 of them, but I'll have to make a whole new door system for them, which I guess I should probably do. That's why the other 2 doors rammed together, so I could just make a new pipe system around 2 doors instead of 1. Well, at that point I just don't want anything around the doors at all. I have to make a second set of doors just for that. Or it's a door without pipes on it. Sure. Something to think about. Oh, I'm not that far off finishing this. Much closer than you probably think. Oh. I didn't realize this was just a singular wall. Huh. Why are we competing references? That was just the static mesh. I have questions. Clicky clicky? Okay. Did I ever, it's like there, okay, good. And then there's you. Before I move this, hear me out. I should probably, make it where I don't have to do it another time here and just fix it. Every time I organize this game and make it like smaller but, you know, full of more things to do, the odds of the game being completed get much higher. That's the other thing to know. Like, the more work that's between me and victory, the less likelihood that something, you know, or actually the more greater likelihood something happens and screws it all up. No. The displacement requires like the whole nanite thing or something like that. But I don't really worry too much about realism in this game. Yeah. Maybe I add it later, potentially, I don't know. Maybe. As soon as I learn how. That might help. Hear me out. As soon as I learn how. When it comes to materials, I'm like material stupid. I freely admit it. My knowledge of materials sucks. I can do some things with them, but... Let's just say Jed knows a whole hell of a lot more than I do about them. That's for certain. Probably think I want to learn the most next because they're so valuable to know. Oh yeah. He is truly knowledgeable on that. I have much I could learn from him in that regard. But in most cases, if I can shortcut in any way, shape, or form by not learning something, I will do it.
purely because of just time. Right? Because you could learn how to make some little thing to make like these things have displacement or whatever, or you could just build your game. Hear me out. You could just build your game. One of these leads to actually completing the thing. I'll let you know on the... Well, actually, I'll let you guess which one it is. I'm just saying. One of these seems like it's real good for completing a game. Yeah. I now employ a good enough design philosophy. All too often, it's just like people get so hung up on like realism, and I'm like, first off, bucko, my game is about, you know, dolls, you know, people's souls being stuffed into dolls. It's already pretty somewhat stylized anyway. Realism is not even in the building. Second of all, not a AAA studio. Realism is something for them. Also, I think that realism is just kind of overdone. Like, you know, I mean, like, it's all over the place, but then how do you distinguish your game from every other realistic game? Right? I think the answer is you just kind of don't. It's pretty hard. Well, I could make a nifty double door, but hear me out. If I don't make a nifty double door, I don't have to make a whole extra blueprint, a whole extra set of pipes for it and everything like that. And a whole extra setup on this floor. I could just duplicate this and move on. Or I can have a cool extra front door. One of these seems like a lot of extra work for a door. A door I never intend for you to go out, by the way. I may even jokingly say it requires a key or something, but you're never going to get that key, so it doesn't really matter. You're not leaving out the front door. That's weird. That'd be boring. You leave out the front door like, oh, screw it, guys, I'm leaving. You're like, okay, well, that happened. No. No thanks. That's not how it works. That is not how we're rolling. Okay, so I guess this doesn't require nanite? Oh, cool. Appreciate it, bird. Yeah, someone told me it required nanite, and I was like, well, okay, since I'm not using DirectX 12, I guess that doesn't help. Damn. I was like, huh. Thanks for ruining my day, buddy. Pretty much what, you know, this is like, this is pretty adorable. Yeah, it's just like... If something is really easy to do, like it doesn't eat a lot of my time, and it provides a reasonable gain, I just do it. If something requires a huge amount of work to get, you know, not a huge gain, I won't do it. And that's kind of how I roll with these things. It's just like well, this is easy. This is like a lot of work. What I'm doing here is a lot of work. This is not particularly easy, but what it does do is mean I don't have to do like 2.5 levels of the game. Which when you factor in how much time that saves, that's a lot. Like that's worth me spending like part of my weekend and now today working on this, because like I'll end up with a higher quality game with a greater chance of success by simply cutting out all the crap that was like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this. It's not like I'm cutting out stuff where it's like, this is something really cool. It's like, I don't even know what's gonna go here. I've been puzzling over this stuff here for 6 months. Also, I'm gonna now close that window because it's starting to get hot. One second. Not like an hour ago. They purchased some mapping, 5-minute material, it's definitely 45 hours since. Yeah. That's another guy who knows a lot about it. A whole lot about it, but, you know, listen, hear me out. And I'm not going to spend too incredibly long on these things. It's like, it's one of the things where I'd rather throw money at the problem if it becomes necessary. Like, just go, okay, well, I just throw money at it. If it's like something really complicated and I can solve it by like, you know, $10 or something, I just throw money at it. Because, you know, my time is valuable enough that I'm not going to want to do that. But sometimes people's solutions, like, you know, their money, like the ones they sell in the marketplace are more work than they're worth, or more trouble than they're worth. So it's like, I was looking at the Prismatiscape thing, which, you know, Jed raved about, and I was like, well, this seems pretty cool, but then I realized how much effort it's going to take me to go through and understand all that, and I was like, oh, well, it's on my wish list, but it's not like I'm buying it anytime soon because I don't really want to figure all that out right now. I don't have the time or the desire to do it. Not yet. Later, perhaps, but like realism, once again, it seems so cool. Like, you know, you hit those plants and you move, and the plants move with you and everything like that. But how much actual gameplay does that really add? I'm gonna go with not a whole lot. Like, it's fine, but it's really not that important. So I just kind of don't do it. Yeah, shaders are definitely advanced. So, like, materials are basically just straight up voodoo with what they can do. The things I've seen, it's just like, this one acts like water. Like, it pours like a liquid from things. I'm like, how does that even work? I don't even understand. Like, what the hell am I looking at? Like, no. Just, no, stop that. Creeping me out. What the hell? But there's some pretty good stuff there. I'm just saying. I actually might want to move this over. Looking at those, they're kind of a bit in an awkward location. That's true. Alright. This window can probably get moved a bit over. Just, it looks terrible where it's at, so let's move it over as much as I can. These aren't set in stone, they can be moved too, but it needs to be moved a little bit, so. Well, those ones were moved over anyway, so clearly this was just off by a gross amount. Also, these are clipping on each other, aren't they? Look like they were for a second there. They are. Cool. Alright, window. Let me borrow this information here so I can get this better aligned here. Oh, it's there. Alright, good to know. But yeah, eventually I'll get to all that crap. Probably. Maybe. Other than that, and the modeling software built into Unreal Engine are things I want to learn next. When I get the time. It's almost too large. Because I made it kind of big everywhere else. Okay, those are just like off. Actually, well, this one's off too, for that matter. Probably explains a lot. I tried to align it with that and it came out terrible because it was not lined up. Well, I see. If I'm aligning all these like this, it's gonna be some trouble. Actually, not really. It's just those two windows were really off alignment. Huh. Interesting. After this, it's just a floor that is literally got nothing on it, so it's just a box. So that one's easy. Obviously, I can do that whenever I want. Now it can be any number of floors below, because once you're below, kind of doesn't matter. But this time I think I'm going to take all these extra ones there and then copy them to a different level. So this way I can have them for later. I don't have to keep redoing them. In case I need to redo this building one more time. I hope frickin' I don't. That would be terrible. I don't want to redo it again. I want to redo it again. I don't want to redo it again. I'll do it again if I have to, but the next time I do it again, it better be for a good goddamn reason. Being able to basically say the first chapter is completely laid out and the second chapter is almost completely laid out would be once I reorganize everything. Well, I guess to be fair, I added a bunch to the first chapter after saying it was already done, so it might not be truly done, but it'll be at the polish phase, basically. All right. What is this ledge doing up here? I don't know. I think I just made a copy so I could use it for something. But I don't really need it. I take a quick bio break soon. I've been at it for like 3 hours and 46 minutes and I've actually stopped at any point. I don't know, I haven't really been that tired. I'm just kind of going along, doing my thing. I have construction the way I do. When I have a bunch of brushes that I don't want to merge together, along comes the construction level. Oh, I had a pipe maze. Oh. Oh yeah, old title ideas. Oh yeah. Such a good system to do it this way. And I just delete the trash level and I don't want anymore. Do the same thing with the ceiling too. That's it. I have to go remake the floor in every single room. Actually, every single thing. The chapter 1 had a secret hole in it that didn't need to be there, so. It also gives me the opportunity to make another way down if I choose to have one. I don't think I want it. Why'd I open that one? That's not the one I want. I want the crap level. Oh yeah, because it put them on the wrong order. I'll just duplicate that one then, it's fine. The third chapter's map has a bunch of errors in it, and I need to actually move everything off that onto a different map, but the reason I have it is because the brushes will pick a random order when you copy paste them to the map, and you saw how the priority messed it up, so. Why I haven't done it yet? That third map is a dumpster fire. There's so much wrong with it. But to be fair, I'm going to go through and remove 25% of it because it was pure concept anyway. And I don't really care about, like, almost all of it. This layout isn't even very well for game design either. Oh yeah, you see all the floors I'm going to have to redo here and everything. Everything sticking out of the building is going to have to be redone on this map. Before we do that, you see how slow it is. I better finish the building. The good news is I don't need this anymore. Be gone, temp border wall. You were useful for a while. Times have changed. We live in a new world. I gotta move all the stuff from the front of the building over here. I never put the Whimsy Wonders sign back. That one sign broke all of the maps when I switched to 5.6 because of the changes to the text plugin. Even though I deleted the sign, it doesn't matter. That did not fix the problem. You might think it would. Hear me out. It did not fix the problem. I actually need one. Oh, I know what I wanted that other thing for this bottom area, because I'm gonna have to create some fake ground for it, because the building is the wrong size to for the area. Wasn't this like too high up or something? I thought one of these was glitchy and weird. Might be because there was an additional floor stuck in there or something, or additional thing that shouldn't be. I could have sworn I saw one. Slight glitching. Doesn't look like it's the case though. Cool. Well, that's good. Well, well, well. These gotta be redone, obviously, they're crap. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Bird. Thanks for the video as well. Check that out in a bit. Maybe, hopefully it is 5 minutes and not like, 5 hours like you were saying. That'd be nice. Hear me out. 5 minutes. I can get behind 5 minutes. 5 hours? Not so much. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and combine these into a thingy and call it square. Now I'll probably take a quick bio break. Refresh my drink and Do all that usual stuff. I do kind of sit a bit much. 4 hours sitting without standing is probably not the best decision. It is a decision, though. I'll call this a blank floor. Sure. Now those on the other maps, I don't care. I may or may not put the extra floor back. The secret extra floor. The thing is, it's so far in the future that it kind of doesn't matter. I can easily just add an extra floor on the bottom whenever I get feisty. Since it doesn't make a big difference. Also, this floor is weirdly tall. Why? Well, it probably doesn't need to be weirdly tall like that, so I'll probably end up fixing that too. I think I made the whole bottom area weirdly tall. Or do I just leave it weirdly tall? Well, one of the things I can do is I can just keep duplicating it too. And keep it weirdly tall without having to do that, so I don't actually have to make a whole nother one. And that begins a little if I want to mess with it, so they've got to do anything too crazy. These don't need to be here. These pipes here don't make any sense. Like, they stick out for some reason I don't understand. They're just here. But they don't do anything. The only ones I might keep are the ones here that have the lights on them. Those at least make some sense. But beyond that, I guess they add something to the building. They don't really add much, do they? They're just kind of there. And they're in weird locations. I'm just gonna ditch them. I don't like them. Oh. Well, that's interesting to note. Let me fix that. Boop. I gotta fix those too. I'm getting there. As you can see, this is a project for certain. Oh yeah, this is... There's two of you. Why are there two of you? I don't know. But I think I'm just gonna have a front thing here like that, and then these side things are gonna have to be dealt with. And this bottom floor is just too big in the first place, so it's gonna be shrunk down to one of these floors. I'm gonna take a quick bio break, and I'll deal with it when I get back. I will return. I suppose the building wasn't that exciting to look at. Fair. But hear me out. Building. I had to stand up for a bit. I've had just 4 straight hours of sitting. Yeah. That's the only downside of streaming and doing game dev is I tend to sit more often and I don't ever stand up at any point to kind of move around a little more. A definite problem, for certain. And this was just a throwback from the old days. It needs to be fixed. I guess to be fair, I no longer have the sign on there, so it's not quite the same, but I can move the sign higher up. After all, this floor doesn't have like anything on it. Could keep the pipes at this level. Just act as a border. Looking over the side, that's not how it works. Am I sure that wasn't a little weird? No, that's fine. Almost look better the other way, huh? Go run off with this to the construction level so I don't have to do it again because I'm going to need it for purposes of the every floor basically. That's fine though. Yeah. You know, I'm just going to go ahead and H-load these things to get it over with. By H-load, I mean just remove them from the H-load because I really don't want to deal with it. Making funny thingies at me. Clear. Oh. Logo ideas, sure. Also, while I'm at it, time to take advantage of my own vanity here. Also, I hate all the default lighting stuff. Because I have, you know, ultra dynamic sky. And it's just like better. And these ones already have the settings I like, so I'm just gonna grab them. Run them back over the construction level. Just cause. Oh, I didn't get rid of the grids, huh? Whatever. Be gone, trash. You do not belong in this world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yay. Huzzah for vanity. Okay, these have nothing in them, sure. I really hadn't intended on having it. Spatial hash, yeah? Happy now? Let's get rid of the invalid grid crap. Not that I really care about that, I'm just tired of hearing it. What are these pipes in? Good, that should make it stop bugging me. I mean, you gotta afford yourself a little bit of vanity, and I'm just saying. Oh well. I mean, you could not, I guess, but hear me out. Vanity. Hello. I really just need to do 2 floors for this, right? Because I'm just going to do a very bottom base floor here and then that. Potentially. And I don't care about the size of this floor once it's below this top area here. That's the only one that really matters. Then it's fix the pipes, fix these 2 walls, and then like I say, I'll have to fix this floor thingy. So I'm gonna want an extra one of these anyway, no matter what I do. Call it a ceiling. Weird. Use the box simplify works for a ceiling. I guess the only downside of the complex like that versus that is it doesn't work very well with the ultra dynamic skies weather. But I don't really care because I'm not using it. And you can put weather thingies to prevent it from the sides. Like, you can make it happen if you really care that much, but I don't. But I could. But I don't. Because the whole moon's very cool, so I'd rather just have the moon. Gets the job done. Don't really care if it sticks out to the sides necessarily. I guess to be fair, that does make it slightly too big. For everywhere else. So I'll have to make note of that, but you can't see outside the building. This is below ground anyway, so what do I care? Well, now I know that's true. Oh, what am I doing? Same problem? No. Yep. Actually, nope. I guess to be fair, I can remake this as a floor anyway. After all, there's no reason not to. There is a reason to keep a copy before I wipe it out, though. I probably use the same material over and over anyway. It's only a handful of materials I use. Alright. Let's keep the extra copy. Because I still need it for the floor around the building, and then I just have to fix the walls and redo the pipes. Get stick way out, and that'll be golden. And then I gotta go through each floor and redo the actual floor of that, like the actual where you walk on, the regular floor part, not the full thing. Also, I gotta move these down too so that they're on every one of these as well. To be fair, these actually really weren't on there and the rest of them, they just were forgotten. Yeah. Actually, hear me out. Instead of having this weirdo floor, what if I just delete this garbage? And drag this up. And then I could just as easily redo this one to be this color if I want. And then I don't have to worry about it. That floor has a lot of water on it, so that's why it's this material. It looked weird that bricks were holding back water somehow. Gave myself lots of time. To be honest, I could have done that with all these ones down here too. Made of metal. It might be interesting to do instead of the bricks. Wow. If that be the case, Just do this and then swap it entirely on there. It's also show me where the underground is too. Never converted this brush over. There's one at the top there, so I don't care about it. That's an interesting idea. Oh well, glitchy glitchy. We good? No. That's a bit much. God, it's terrible. How interesting are these pipes, really? I mean, maybe on the front of the building, fine. Why do these even exist on the sides of the building? Probably go to all the trouble to remake them. Why are they there? Like, maybe I keep the ones in the back of the building and the front of the building as kind of a... Well, the very front, like, there's like lights or something you could do. I think I'm gonna dump them because they don't serve any function. All I'm really thinking that's just the front of the building and then put lights on them so that it looks like it's kind of a little building setup and just call it square. I guess the feeling when you finally get something you're working with. Yeah. You know, some of their stuff, I've definitely done battle with, for certain. It is something that will try your patience, yes. Yes, indeed. I love that they make them for me, but my god, sometimes. The damage that text plugin did when they redid it and the amount of effort to get that working again. Or when they first did the game animation sample pack. Oh yeah, the game animation samples. It was just literally like there was nothing on it. It took so long to get to work with Daz. Oh my god. I think the to walk to where I wanted to. By the way, not the UAI, but real AI, Jim. Oh, nice. I should just have the AI play my game too. Tempting. The building's almost done. We're going to talk about the second chapter. Still gotta fix this crap. This part sucks, but pretty certain you're going to have an area in front of it. I'm going to convert this one over real quick. And then from there, They have one brush that won't be so slow. Just really slow. I should definitely use AI for more things. Oh well, I'll get to using it a bunch probably with the voice acting. I don't really see how I'm gonna do it any other way, so. World I'm affording the other one, that's for certain. Would that I could, but I sure as hell can't. Also, oh, actually, these go all the way up to the top. That's why they're there. I could shove them up more. If I did that, they would probably look better. Actually, hear me out. I'll delete that pipe in a second. It would probably look more accurate than what it should be. This is the ugliest building in the entire city. It's funny. I guess let's do this, it's fine. Oh wow, that's hideous. Really, this floor is less bigger than I thought. Thankfully, the difference in how this looks doesn't look very warped most of the time. Wonder which one to clone some text, and I can do some voice tests and style on TTS. I style TTS and solve many. That's fair. I mean, there's like these AI voice acting things so you can use your own voice, and they just, you know, morph it into another voice, or you can just, there's like Speechify, I'll just read it with like voice inflections already, and it's getting so good that it's like when I tried to do it, it didn't pick up a lot of the I don't know what I was saying very well. But I'll look at that one too. One more thing to check out when I get around to it. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about it. I'm just about done. The only thing I need to deal now is this area here, and I gotta put windows on all these things too, for that matter. Actually, I did on this one. I didn't do it on the bottom floor yet. Make sure it doesn't select the other ones. No, those are pretty off kilter. Doesn't super matter that much. Just pop these right on over. Yeah, just those ones that were kind of weird. Whatever. Don't even need them for this one. Kind of flood the bottom floor a little bit. You are just having some problems, aren't you? You can see through it, unfortunately. Jesus. Part of me wish that wasn't so freeform with the numbers where they were at. Like I made things more of a specific height. It was even amounts. But I didn't do that. Little late about do it now. All late indeed. Okay, so I got that. And that just leaves, well, more windows, I guess, as well. So I hadn't done this yet. Didn't realize I hadn't done this, but guess I didn't. So I might as well include them. Then be sad about the bottom one that I didn't do the best job on. Well, you can't really go outside there in the bottom anyway, because if you did that, then you would be on the ground, and that would be outside the building, right? Poor thing to think about, you'd be outside the building. Yeah, I just flood these windows over here pretty bad. Guess I'm just down to the front ones, huh? Seems like it. And there's all the gears I was messing with. Oh, it's Ultra Dynamics guy. Which I'll remove when I'm done. This is part of a sign that probably doesn't even need to be here, to be honest, but like weird turning extra things that looks good from the front and not anything else, because I had like words here across the front too. So much optimization I could do in the future. I'm sure I will at some point. No control for that first click, oops. Nope. Flood that multiple times. Nice. What the hell? I'm still having problems. Whatever. Oh, managed to cheat my way on most of these. Nice. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. I noticed they didn't really connect. They do now. Alright, now for this last bit. I guess I could just mirror it. You go back to the other. You can see how it matches with the city. Oh, yeah. Now this is the thing I was talking about where I have to redo this whole thing. So basically I just need to duplicate the size of the other one there. And it'll match just fine. Because otherwise it just doesn't fit. And then of course the first floor I'm going to do the thing with that. Also, I didn't bother to convert the other over from the look of it, so it's sitting over there. A glitch. Oh well. It's getting there, yeah. Now let's see this and it'll look over at this direction here, and this will be the front. And I'll save myself having to do all that space in the game. And now you'll finally be able to look back out these windows again, which you couldn't do for quite some time. Even the staff window, which will look out here, which is an interesting idea too. I could have moved the staff window, that's true as well. In hindsight, action doesn't really matter because this wall here is going bye-bye anyway. Can also be pushed a slight amount if need be as well. to redo this whole wall anyway from this interior. Since it's kinda in the way. Yes, the fun is definitely still coming for certain. But I think by the end of today I'll have the first and second chapter completely laid out, and well, the second chapter might get additional layouts later as I tweak things, but I should have everything where I want it to be, and then the building is going to be completed pretty quick here, and that'll be that. But at least now I have the old version here, so I don't have to look too far into how to do this. It's just right here. Very convenient. To be honest, maybe I'll extend it out a bit. Before it almost seemed like it wasn't quite extended far enough. We can go over the top of the sidewalk, so I don't care about that. Yeah, see, it doesn't really, these things stick into the thing, like, so it's kind of weird. Like, maybe it should be longer. Like farther out like this, and then I just move it back a bit. Did that for a second, guessing it for a measuring device? Might. No. What raises it up to? That'd be okay. Oh, I do need it for measurement. I have to remove the interior section here from the building. Which will be like 1,000 times easier when I go over to construction level and grab it again. Gotta be positioned wrong, which sucks a little, but whatever. I should put it back on edit for a second. Back to negative. Or subtractive. How do you not cancel this? Are you not deemed as There we go. I can just use a whole new floor on here too. This doesn't have to be perfectly matched at all. Its sole purpose is just to act as a barrier here. But to be fair, it's actually pretty close. ridiculous. Pretty good looking. That's good there. Fortunate to keep a copy of this and the other time to do it again. Hmm? Yeah, it works for a project. Fair. Hey, Speechify. They have a. You can access their like professional thing actually without paying anything at all. You don't have commercial rights unless you pay them like $10 a month, but I mean it's like $10 for multiple hours of things. So. A Metroidvania musical? That's so weird. What does one do in a Metroidvania musical? I have questions. I already did this, and yet here they are the wrong size. Interesting. Merge these together. Guess we'll call this a building skirt. This is kind of what it is, a little skirt for it. Huh, the singer talks about the sing, about the scene. Nice, nice. That's fair. I actually didn't finish this bottom. I could have adjusted all these things without actually doing anything with it, but I just kind of left them as they were. Whatever. I'm looking to hurry along, not spend 9 million more years on this particular thing. Because it's not like you can really tell the windows don't always line up the best in a couple areas. To be completely honest, you really don't get that perspective as you're playing. Basically ever. Means every brush left on level actually. Bet you it's every one of the brushes, honestly. Just to double check. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, problems, whatever. Boop. Oh, why'd I even waste my time with this? This was never gonna happen the way I wanted it to. The priority's wrong on all these. It's mostly negative. Well, actually, wait. Oh, I see. You can't delete the old ones that way. It's just all the new stuff that was kind of garbage. Sure. Okay. Song's a hero. Okay, translated music. Voice English is annoying. Nice content. I'll have to look it up after the stream since, you know, YouTube's copyright thing is savage. Thanks for letting me know. Sometimes I wish I wasn't streaming this to YouTube as well, because then I could just listen to whatever and not worry about any of it. Then I wouldn't have a record of all these things either. Of course, the record's mostly valuable for, like me, I guess. I don't know how many other people actually care, but... Kind of cool to have it. Look back and see how I was doing on things. But, you know, a couple 100+ streams I've done on this game. It's been a long road to get here for certain. I forgot to delete that. That's okay. I'm looking at this first. It's kind of higher up than I want it to be, I suppose, but that can always be quickly moved down. I don't care about that. All that really matters is that the interior lets me, you know, go all the way through it so I can add floors. Play this game about how it works? Oh. Let me see. I wish it wasn't a music-based game so I could actually look at it, but I'm so afraid of anything music-based. I mean, most games are probably fine. I could probably get away with it. After all, they want people to play their games. Finally done with the exterior of the building. Except for I didn't put a sign there, whatever. Like clouds, they moved over here because I wasn't sure I'm going to use them anymore. Yeah, I still have all the links blocked. Suppose I could unblock them. My stomach hates me for some reason. Like, you drank water. Water's not something you drink, you fool. How do I turn that off? I guess I'll let the hyperlinks go back through for a while. We'll see how it goes. If they become a problem, they'll just get blocked again. You gave up creating games to me, Larry. It's fair. They're a labor of love, and let me tell you, it's that kind of love that that's toxic and you'll keep going back to over and over and over because it's what you love, but you will pay for it. You will pay hard. Yes. But eh. 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 Man. Speaking of paying for it, gotta redo that wall, gotta redo this floor, go grab the floor from the other thing. I often wonder if I went back in time, like when I first started this, if I would still create games knowing that. And really what I tell myself is if I, you know, hit me back up when this releases on Steam. And with that question. Because, you know, if I do great on Steam, it was amazing, and I don't regret a thing. If I did terrible, well, listen, we just won't talk about it. Oh, I was saying. Just gotta understand where you are in the world. I really don't want to remake every floor. I'm going to, but I don't want to. But whatever. It's been 5 hours of stream so far. The stream. No. Not part of the building. Why am I unable to select it? It's just a floor. It's not locked or anything, but for some reason the transform is not available. Oh, it is locked. Okay. Not sure why they prevent you from actually even copy pasting the thing, but maybe they do. This is not quite high enough, is it? Yep. You know, when I copy pasted it, the thing, I expect it to be the same height, but I guess not. Still floating. It's really hard to tell if it's floating until I stand in front of this Poppet, and then you can really see. Still floating. Like slightly in the ground. It's probably fine actually. Obviously not so fine over here, but the good news is I just have to match it to two sides. After that, I don't care. Instead of my shrink is really unruly at this size. Oops. I don't think it matters, but I might as well do it right. Relatively right. It's been a fight here. Oops. Okay, so the question becomes, do I want any other way down? There's really nowhere else it could be, though, is the problem. Like, nothing is built for it. Unless I got rid of Charlotte's room or something, that could be a way down, but other than that, there's not much else going on. Oh. I don't think I'm going to redesign anything like that. I think I'm just going to go with the quick and easy, get it done route. It makes very little sense to change up what's already working. You know? And the whole point of doing this was to speed up the creation of this chapter, because I was spending so much time on things that didn't matter for it. My intestines do not like me at the moment for some reason. I'm like, ugh. It's 5, I guess. Sure. Oh, oops. I looked at this, these are way off. It's higher up, sure. Oh, that's right. I can't see it move because it's too far. Also, that wall doesn't even connect correctly. Nice. Move it down in a second. Not too worried about it. That should be fine. I'll be right back. My intestines are happy to do something about them. I'll be right back. The temp in this room is so much more than the rest of the building. Catch you later, Gigi. Thanks for hanging out. Your break does not sound terrible, but I'll wait till after the stream probably. I'll probably go like 8 hours or something. I think we've got like 5 so far, right? How long have I got? 5 hours, 33 minutes? So, That depends. If someone messages me, then I might have to drop and go work or something, but otherwise, kind of just go until I get tired of doing so. Or until I get hungry. Could go either way. But realistically, after I eat, what will I go back to doing? Probably this. So it's not like I'm gonna change it up much, you know? You know what I should do? Should have made it where I can actually see a little better. It might help. Doesn't usually hurt to see better. Yeah, you should see the dumpster fire. That is the second chapter. Jesus. Yeah. Might as well have the occasional people to chat with while I work on this. Why does it not say that's selected? Okay. Sure. All right. I did still have it copy pasted from all that time ago. That's right. Yeah. Just think of the optimizations I could do where I sit there and hand do all the collision for this crap. Wouldn't that be exciting? I'm lying, it wouldn't be exciting. It'd be terrible. It's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. 0 out of 10? No thank you. Cool. And that just leaves one troublesome wall. One troublesome wall indeed. Wow, that's incorrect. It actually, there's still plenty of brushes all over the place. It's not like I just have one wall to deal with. There's still like a million brushes on here that need to be converted, ever since I started doing this. Remember, there was a point where I didn't have to do any of this. It was already all gold, but to be fair, this was also a huge area too, so. Now I have to put something down here at some point. Don't know when that'll be, but because when you look down, you'll want to see something, but it ain't gotta be anytime soon. Yeah. 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 Other than that, though, I didn't remove any gameplay from doing that. And to be fair, I can actually take this key and move it over down this direction if I want. It doesn't have to be that way, it can be this way. Probably have to put a fake wall on the window thing. Oh, that's something to note. Oh, yeah. Lights aren't really designed for these extra windows, are they? It doesn't matter for most of it, but where it does matter is basically just that one spot. And nowhere else really made a difference. Yeah, it doesn't matter for her room. It doesn't matter for this room. This wall is going to get moved a slight bit anyway, so it shouldn't make any difference there. Here, however, there are windows. This window in particular is a problem. So either shrink the music room, which is, not gonna lie, kind of a problem, or I move this wall farther over and accept that this room must be smaller, which means I'll need to redo that wall as well a bit. Because it has to go over to here now. Which then makes this room definitely smaller, but it's not really losing out on much. Also, I forgot the door in the thingy. Well, I don't want to find it, so I'm gonna cheat. Should have tried to find it. This is fine. I can just eliminate that portion, anything like that, and the music room gains a little space, I guess. I don't know what it's gonna do with it. But if I move this over, then there's this weird space here that does nothing either, so... And the music room has more design to it than the others, so I really don't want to redesign this whole pipe maze and everything up there if I can avoid it. Even though I'm going to have to do some redesigning with where that window's at. Also, the music room should just have open windows. I don't know why it wouldn't. The music room is probably going to need some redesigning. Just in general. Just that window. Whatever. Like I say, I'm cutting out basically 2.5 levels from the game effectively by doing what I'm doing, so... Seems pretty worthy to me. I don't even have to cut all the stalls out. I get to keep every stall, but actually I have to get to keep all the stalls, and then I just get rid of this garbage. Doesn't matter. Man, what a dumpster fire is going on here. This wall is just slightly short. Damn. That's rough. And this wall, do I want to move this wall forward? I don't know. I think I want to make this other wall longer. Or I could put something as like a weird pipe sticking here or something like that, and that would be a way to hide that. It's also an option. Maybe that's what I do. Make a little mini floor for over here. I don't think I'm going to keep my little pipe crap anymore. I basically have eliminated any space there would be for anything else, so it has to basically just go as it is. For what it's worth, I don't think there were urinals back then. So I don't think that I would need those, even though everything's kind of like a women's restroom at this point. I could also remove one stall and then have access to a window there. Did I do that? This room is incredible. Well, this is like on top of that, so maybe I do that. Now it's not as on top of it as it was. I just remove this and this, because, yeah. And this too. I mean, the washroom doesn't have to be that big. It serves as a very simple get up to this and go back out thing versus anything else of any real interest. And a way to hide like one thing, maybe two if I had something in a toilet. This wouldn't be blacked out. Oh, I have to edit the building. Yeah. A lot of changes going on. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redesign a bunch of crap here. Well, there's no space to redesign it if I want. The entire pipe maze can be moved around now. It blocks windows, though. That sucks. At least for now, it's just a visual annoyance. I'll leave some sort of secret thing over here. I don't know what to do yet, but something just so I can have the window as an option. Besides, everything's on top of each other anyway, so. And then there's you. Oh yeah, I forgot. These things don't quite bend the same way the other ones do. I'm trying to use NVIDIA GPU alongside my AMD one. My DaVinci Resolve work? Nah. I didn't find too much trouble with it when I was doing it. I mean, your monitor works off of whichever one you plug your it into the back of. So unless something's specifically making use of the other, it usually just defaults to the one that's, you know, displaying stuff. But with things like OBS, you can just tell it to use that one, and Daz will only use that one for my NVIDIA stuff, so kind of makes it easy. Because those are the only two things that actually use my NVIDIA card at all. Oh yeah, still got this wall to deal with. The Resolve Network, pretty sure, because he used the NVIDIA GPU for timeline render, something displays. You know, to use ROCM. But in this case, then it's fine because I can just use the NVIDIA GPU for the H20 physics coding. The H20 physics coding will break with the room. Yeah. Who uses NVIDIA things to display stuff? That's weird. The encoding, you know, thing. That's what it does. It encodes. Anything else that's weird? There's no need to do that. Just encode. Have that selected. Thank you. Like the AMD ones actually do something the NVIDIA ones don't. It's feels almost surprising in this day and age. Silly priorities. Don't. Stupid ads. Ruining everything. Welcome back. So let's see. It was always NVIDIA the whole way down, so I'll have to wire out the render output to the desktop session somehow. Too much work. See which words coming in. About 5 get 300 bonus. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it works. Well, actually, can I bet 5 get my $300 bonus and then cash out the 300? I'll pay $5 for $300, no problem. And when am I allowed to cash out this $300 bonus, right? Honestly, I wish I could just switch NVIDIA fully and then a lot of stuff would just work better, but these are hot garbage. How's expensive? I find their GPUs have low VRAM. Kind of about the thing I dislike about it, but they're more expensive. Beyond that, I haven't had too much trouble with them, but the low VRAM does suck. They seem to be allergic to VRAM for whatever reason. All my homies hate that one. Well, you know. Might make these separate so this way I don't have to keep redoing it, but I'm probably never redoing this wall again. CPRs like VRAM, the 5 cards are asked, most of the performance is AI generated. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had 16 gigs of VRAM. I have 12 on the other. The only reason I picked up the NVIDIA card was because freaking Daz. Also, to be fair, the AMD encoder wasn't that great at the time either, or, you know, streaming. Not that, you know, I think I haven't even paid off the graphics card I would have used if I had bought it for streaming, so. To be fair, a lot of the streaming was done on YouTube, and YouTube has been a complete waste of time streaming. For all that I make fun of Twitch, at least it paid something. YouTube, not so much. Oh, for some reason these two don't even share the same... Where'd that even put it? Or are you at the same location now? Maybe. Now the nav mesh volume. Actually, to be fair, that nav mesh volume does not need to be there. And where did the other thing go? I have questions. I'm gonna just undo. And then undo again. Undo and undo again. Ending encoder moved a lot of the years, especially on their cards. Yeah, I tested them recently. They were okay. But I don't really want to use the AMD encoder because the AMD graphics card I have has more VRAM and is stronger. So I'd rather use that for Unreal Engine and the like, and the NVIDIA one doing the other one because it's a weaker card. That's like, okay, well, in a different world it would have been good, but right now, pretty good for as it is. Yeah, the CUDA crap, I hate that. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know, it's what they're good for. That's mostly it. Where did it go? That was the set location. So basically... Oh good, there it is. Can delete that and remake it. One place I use H.264 and OBS for streaming. Very much, yeah. I use my software H.264 even though I have more FCP for it. 16 cores, yeah. I mean, you know. NVIDIA needs their pound of flesh. That's what I heard. And they've taken it in H.264. Yes. This room needs work too. It's okay. The room needed work before, so it's not like it changed much. It went from needing work to needing work. Fantastic. These short, squat little thingies kind of suck. They could be much smaller. Just have to be able to grab the front. Them sticking out a mile. What are you doing? Honestly, they don't need to be that wide either, for that matter. Makes these actually fit. Actually, no, I could just do it. Really. I hate those little cloud thingies. They take up so much space and they're invisible, so they're so easy to click. they don't really count as transparent like you'd think they would, so you can't really just turn off transparent clicking either. They just kind of there. Honestly, because these are so small now, I can actually just move the whole thing over. I should probably remove the Poppet box. I had it in here as kind of a joke, but I don't think it needs to be here. After that, I can just put form across there, and I can just remove the one that says Poppet on it. Doesn't need to be there. And if I line that door up with the other one, that means I can just make the room nice and even. Of course, you have to go over the giant thing in the center. Before you can go around it, now you really can't. You're pretty much SOL. The giant trap, effectively. I mean, it didn't matter going around it because I just put the cubes you needed in the center of it, so you had to go to them anyway. I'm a terrible person. Are these different sizes? Why does it look like they are? They're not. And yet, this one must be lower. I'm like, wait a minute. Something is clearly wrong here. This is not how it works. They are all the same blueprint. Ah. Oh, this can easily move it over the side, doesn't even matter. Why not just copy this information back and forth and make my life a lot easier? And I think I'm gonna leave all the sheepy stuff alone, so I need to make sure games and stuff work too. Realistically, I probably won't be editing much video. Or any video all that much anytime soon. That's fair. I mean, you're not just gonna become a full-time YouTuber, but why? It's so much fun. To be fair, I'm not even like a part-time YouTuber. I don't really do much YouTube at all. Except streaming on it. Which daytime pretty much consists of no one really watching, so it's mostly just people sleeping from what I can tell. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, I don't need this Poppet one, it makes no sense. Why would he have a planned box for her? Whoa, what are you doing? This way, not whatever you were trying to do with your time. I can put all kinds of symbols all over the walls and everything too. Overlock? Perfect. That looks a lot more sensible. And literally covers the exact same purpose as the other one without any additional work. Instead of being this monstrous thing that was like these two rooms and double that size for who knows what. Something. I also get to get rid of all these cubes too. Of course, there's still the monster ahead of chapter 2. And all the crap that's wrong with that. Plus, I gotta fix this wall here. This particular task. And I gotta convert all these brushes. And then only then can I begin the nightmare that is chapter 2. Well, I actually spent hours messing with it already, so begin is the wrong term. It's cool that this is mostly already, like, you know, good to go. Like, I don't have to do too much more. This wall is not tall enough. Looks like. Is it? It's hard to tell. It's like as tall as every other wall, though. That one's like 0.2 higher, though. Is it because it's like slightly lower for some reason? Is that the problem? Well, far be it from me to leave it that way. Well, actually, at that point, I just lower the ceiling, right? Because if they're all the same and they're the same size, it's the ceiling that's at fault, not the wall. I'm not moving every wall, I'll just move the ceiling. It's not like the ceiling is relevant terribly much. It's relevant, sort of, but... yeah, the ceiling's a little too, a little too low. A little bit. Fix that problem. And the issues can be with these pipes. The pipes are too close to the ceiling. Doesn't look like they are. Looks like everything is fine. Oh. Do save that. Funny part is I don't even like this door. I kind of want this door gone. Of course, now's my chance. Do I want this door gone? Hmm. I mean, this served no function before. Other than cheapening the experiences and a way out, I want this door gone. It doesn't need to be here at all. Why am I... As long as I'm rebuilding, let's rebuild it the right way. Should probably should have shrank a little bit before I did this. Just in case causes any problems at some point. Not shrink it that much. I just didn't want it super in the wall. The root's probably fine. Also, I didn't want it inside that either. That's fine. Oh, there's one more thing I might want to do. I need to break these walls apart, I think, because of the fact that this window is here. Well, do I? I guess I don't really have to. It's not blocking the window itself. Okay. Yeah, the only room that's kind of worthless is Charlotte's bedroom, which I can put some story things in or something. It was kind of the goal originally before I changed it, because I didn't want to deal with that giant bedroom thing and a whole extra fight. I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do this, so let me just hasten this process. But now I don't know if I care. I think I'll just do it. It wasn't so hot in this room, Jesus. Time to move the little portable AC unit back in here just for the next week because it's so warm in here and I don't use it in my bedroom at all because my bedroom is significantly cooler than this room. Well, that's finally everything for this floor done. Except for now I need to do all the geo brushes. And then of course, well, I can also get rid of all these extra things too for that matter. What's that? Oh. Got into the city thingy out there, and then the old kill plane. It's weird that sometimes it just decides that this is the direction that things are. Controller, okay. There's... I feel like this pipe just shouldn't be here. Or if they are here, they should be pushed farther back. I want to say probably just get rid of this one. Honestly, I might put the Windy Wonder sign down here and not on the building. In the meantime, I'm just going to get rid of all this crap that's spinning and everything and wasting resources that aren't even, like, you know, instanced or anything. They're just here. So it makes no sense to just keep that sitting around, you know? Then I'll be able to just put like a weird little walkway and everything like that. Maybe some sort of, you know, maybe like the little circus sign thingy, I don't know. Then there are these little smoke thingies too that are sitting over here. Hard to see during the day. I don't think they're necessary because this already kind of comes with a bunch of them equipped to it, so it's kind of like pointless. You're not told to save, nothing else. Oh yeah. Can't spawn without that. Yes. That's right. Oh, I got a sub on YouTube. Well, thanks for subbing me on YouTube. It doesn't tell me, but appreciate it. Well, it doesn't tell me who anyway. Guess I'll leave these for the moment. These little map cubes. I'll probably just delete the first ones, honestly. Rather than go out of the way to try to move them all. I don't really care what numbers they say. The numbers are just an internal thing so that they don't have the same name. I don't really see any world I'm adding this back, because the whole point of doing this was so I could X out so much of the game today. Definitely not going to shrink the size of this ever again as far as these building levels are. I may or may not add more takeaway levels from vertical, depending upon how long these really pan out to take, because I'm really starting to see they take way longer than expected, both in making and playing. This is a better scene anyway from the front of it, because it stays farther away so I can get good screenshots of the building. Over here, where it used to be the front, you really couldn't, because you'd look up and basically you'd hit this building back here. It was awkward. It wasn't. Didn't give you good views when you're using Poppet, so. Based on what good screenshots, I can get them now. Yay! I don't know why these are down here. Not much point. Anyway. Let's fix some of these stupid brushes. There are 38 and they make life real bad. Am I really going to change this, or I just want to switch it back to the other? Originally I had a different thing there that looks better, I think, for purposes of this. This has a lot more pipes, but over in the hidden grotto has that. I love when the editor does this crap. There we go. Where is this? Oh, it's the same thing. What? This is on nothing. Weird. Well, until I decide to finish off this wall, I can't really do much with this. I could probably call this wall at the moment. I don't think I need to make many more changes to it. You see these three things to it? Beyond that. This wall does represent quite a few of those things. I'd hate to remake it though, but could happen. You get moved. go. I'd spend the hole up here just for this to work in the first place. Thing I checked. Slow down. I distinctly remember these connecting better than this. What the hell is happening with this thing? Another problem I didn't think about with this stupid thing. It wasn't designed for this water here. So a lot of changes need to be made to this room to make the water work. But add something to this room because this room needed more to do. That's something I could do also in the music room. I can add just a wall that blocks out the back and then I don't have to change anything. I can just block the window. I do that a lot, block the window entirely. Don't think about that. It is hot in here. Wasn't feeling that tired till it started getting super hot and I was like Say I just turn it into a thing, because I can always change it later by making a new one if I desperately want to. I get the sneaky suspicion that I'll just build around it as it is at this point. There'll be any drive to do optimizations for a little bit after this. Miss one? I did. Yeah. Oh, I see, because it's all part of that. I don't really want to merge those two together. Just want a hole in it. Actually, one of the questions why this even needs to exist. I have my other pipe. I could just use those. Yeah. I mean, the hole needs to exist, but the pipe itself could be the hollow pipes. Why, I see. Hey, sorry, the 1980. I'm sorry, 9876. Can't talk now. Blah, blah, blah. What I'm doing is I have all these geometry brushes that I've used to make all these different walls and everything like that, and put holes in them and everything. And now I'm turning them into static meshes as I'm rebuilding this whole building to be a bit smaller. And optimizing this particular floor. I just remove this big old section of it. And these things are horribly unoptimized, but they're used to design static meshes without having to actually get modeling software and everything. Yeah, they get the job done. But I just realized I didn't need this one here. I do need the hole in the wall, but beyond the hole in the wall, I don't really need the other. Because I just have these hollow pipes. So why am I just using the hollow pipe? Also, I'm going to make this all the adjacent surfaces. Yep, it's kind of been one of those hard at it days because I realized that I could do about 33% of my game over the weekend by simply cutting out a bunch of crap I wasn't using. Stuff I was like, I don't know what to do with this. 6 months go by, still don't know what to do with this. Okay, probably cut it then if I can't figure out what to do with it, right? Yeah. I've already got like 4 hours of content or something. Of course, I did just flub up the last hour and a half of content, so it's probably not currently beatable. It was beatable until I fixed it. As any good game dev would. I made it better by making it worse. I don't know, man. I know where to go. That makes it a lot easier. Without knowing where to go, I imagine it takes a great deal more time. It takes me about 2.5 hours to beat the first chapter and get everything. I've since added more to the first chapter, so it's now going to take longer. But I do know exactly where to go, and it's very much not clear where to go. It's even less clear now. Oh, well, thanks. Good luck with that pizza. Hopefully it is delicious. And nutritious and all that. If it's not these things, I would send it back. You need to drive all the way back there. Giving this pizza back to you guys. It was not delicious or nutritious. You should feel bad. Then you just leave and you're like, oh, and thanks for the follow. Now I kind of want pizza. Just see what you done here. Just see what you done. My life will never be the same. No pizza. Okay. I mean, I can go get pizza if I really want it that bad. Well, after the stream anyway. As both a game dev and a streamer, I'm too poor to have it delivered, but besides that, not a problem. When you're a game dev or a streamer, your other job might be Uber Eats or something. There you go. Uber Eats is the delivery one. That's right. The next logical job. I say this because multiple streamers I know actually are in fact Uber Eats drivers or DoorDash. Actually, quite a few of them. I guess it's just the other job. I hate how long it takes to do this. This level's so going so long, it just takes forever to select all adjacent on this level. Even though there's not that many of these brushes, it doesn't seem to matter too much. I really just need to hurry this particular chapter along. I mean, that's technically what I just did. I just cut 25% of it. That's a pretty big hurry along if I've ever heard of one, yeah? It's getting done now. Yeah. No, I still missed one of those metallic thingies. Lame. Whatever. Well, that's an idea. I could actually just have a pipe you jump into. Hear me out. Pipe you jump into. With water in it, so you hate yourself if you... Yeah. Or I just leave it as it is. I'll think about it. The most important thing is many of these cylinder things are gone. Looks like 3 or 4 cylinders on that thing. Wild. Not sure if I'm gonna merge this one yet or not. It's like 4 different brushes, but I might want to change things up a bit, so that's kind of the problem. Well, what I could just do. Is there any reason not to do it? I don't think so. Kind of just blocked out a little bit, doesn't it? True. That was the same number, but it actually changes by exactly 100. So I just missed the change from 7 to 6. And the heat in this room is just right back. Cools them off a little bit. I'm just gonna leave that door open and hope there's not too much noise from everywhere else. It's getting way too hot in this room. It's like, bah. It's draining my will to live. It's so hot, bah. Do I want this to have a window of some sort is a good question. It could have a window. Or do I just leave it as no window? Come back to you then. These are pretty easy to just complete. Map will be a lot faster once I get rid of all these things. They actually magnify each other's effects. Like each new one requires more calculations to account for all the other ones, so it quickly turns into a very resource intensive thing. But they do let me generate all kinds of stuff without me having to actually make it myself, so that is not zero value there. I could unite them all, but if I do that, then that'll be a lot more collision than if I just use brushes for all of them. True. Just one. That would be like a counter, whatever. That one. This one. Lock simplified, move on. Takes forever to select all adjacent surfaces. What I'm waiting for. Don't know why I'm waiting. That's just it. I can't scroll the thing there to do anything with it. Definitely, I was having that door open. The rest of the house is so much cooler than this room. I'm not really used to streaming during the day, so now that I've started doing that, it's kind of unexpected. I also didn't think it'd be quite as hot as it was either. Like I'm like, well, we're like, you know, halfway through September. I'm not expecting like 97 degrees outside. It happens, but it's unusual. Except today it's not very unusual. Today it's apparently how things are. Not a fan. Good news is once I do this, I can then merge them to get one draw call for the whole thing. but keep the same. It'll just put all the collisions together, so I'll have simplified collision across the board. And only one dumb thing to move around. Alright, pretty good. Still waiting for it to select all adjacent surfaces. 2 materials. F that noise. 1 material. I like it. The way this map was slower with the brushes than every other map. Just like over time, they just get slower with them. I don't know why. It's not the project. It's really fast on other maps. And it's not because of the number of brushes, because, you know, the other maps have more, and it still doesn't cause a problem. All right, let's do this. You two actually are stuck together. I can level this and put them in as a blueprint if I plan on using it more than once. And maybe I'll do that. Option, I can just cram them together and make it one draw call, and probably do that either way. And then I just might add the others in as a reusable thing. Instead of 9 million draw calls. You say full. Let's get my optimization on, huh? All the things they complain that devs never do for their Unreal Engine 5 games, I got you. Can't say it'll be that fun to watch me do those, but I guess to be fair, there is those, you know, YouTubers who cut grass, and people watch that. Millions of people watch that. I think I lost a little bit of faith in humanity when I said that. Pretty certain I did. Nine brushes to go. I think a lot of these are these shelves, though. The shelves can be, I think they were duped up, so I've only got to do like, you know, a handful of them. And they'll get the job done. I can probably also merge all these together. I'm not sure if I want to do that necessarily, but maybe I do. Nope. More importantly, I do want to at least get rid of some of these things because they are heavy. Tomorrow's plan too, where I have to go through and finish up the rest of these, and I also have to merge all the splines together because, you know, you can't leave it as a spline actor or it's horribly unoptimized. I guess you could leave it, but you're not gonna be very happy with the result. Neat. Like I said, these were duped, so I get to get away with at least that. Brushes. And of course I can merge it all into a thing to reduce the draw calls even further. Optionally, what I could do is create a shelf blueprint here, this one, then just slam it over here as a third one, and then this over here, and just have little aisles. And then I could probably put one more over there, thus saving the need to do a bunch of them, because I'm sure that last one will fit there. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Because this end one's not that exciting to me. Like, it's fine, I guess, but it's not that great. Alright, well... Okay, well, I hate this naming convention. Never do it again. Thank you. Yeah, they're gonna delete spline points. This. Manage to do this. Now I have access to another set of shelves here, and then I go through and guess I'm gonna eliminate these duckies. Some of the duckies can be here, but not all the duckies. It just helps save my sanity a little bit. Really? I hate you were grid material. Now that's all plugged up. Whatever. I can minimize. Yeah, so it dropped by 5 degrees in here by just opening the door to this room. Don't get me wrong, it's still hot in here, but there's hot and then there's hot. And this is more just hot. Oh, the floor itself. That's fair. I don't think I'm going to change this out. Unless I want a particular hole in the floor, but why would there be a hole in the floor? Where would it go? I mean, we're pretty much by the edge of the thing here, so unless I'm going to pipe down there for some reason, I don't see why it would be that way. Still waiting, still waiting. Vampire. It's like a vampire campfire. Oh, I meant 2 words. Only 2 to go. Actually, maybe let's go back to the other way because the other way looked pretty good. I don't have to do anything extra with it. Don't fix what's not broken. For the dumpster fire level. It's just broken all over the place. That room's working. This room's halfway there. It's broken. So I mean, it's still broken. I need to restructure the whole thing. Anyway, I came for this. I'd rather reorganize that room than sit here and fix the brushes. Geometry brushes are terrible. They'll take forever to go through. I mean, they're very useful. A lot of content is created by it, but tedious. It's better anyway. I get rid of 2 geo brushes. Also, need to unflick this thing. Three geo brushes? Oh. Oh. I know I wanted a cylinder, but surely I didn't do that on the other map. And if I did, I'm just going to copy paste that one. Oh yeah, it's the cylinder. Why didn't I just use the cylinder on the other one? Spinning a cylinder is usually more round than the geometry brushes. I'm need to make geometry brush more round, but it's heavy. Like a face, like nah. The giant nose. I get sort of like 3 more brushes or something silly. Yep. Out of 19. Not too bad for my 48. Halfway anyway. Campsite has quite a few of them. No, it doesn't. Yeah, you can join this one together. I don't really plan on making any additional changes to this particular wall. Not much point really. It was already kind of built to what it needed to be. Oh. Wait a minute. I can just extend this wall out. Definitely don't want to make a new wall. Oh, get a little better with my schedule. I was trying to. Originally today, I've had the worst luck with it, and getting exhausted earlier in the day than I want to be. Eventually, though, eventually I will have a good schedule. Today's not feeling like that. This thing is like 4 different geo brushes. Not bad. Definitely not 0. It'd take forever for that. Waiting. There we go. I know that can jump through and does. I clicked it just to kind of see. It's not letting me merge them for some reason. But why? 22, 49, 48, 46. There we go. You never find those doors and windows in the wall. Just how it works. Even the caffeine's not doing that much at this point. Still only 8 hours if we can. Quite the challenge, though, for certain. We have a straight away from me up a little more. I don't know if that's true, but maybe. Sure. Need food to wake me up more than anything. Soon, PM, soon. Empire. Where was it? Forgot to clean the other earbuds, and yeah. I'm like, I'll always get to that eventually. But eventually was now. Oh. Alright. Onward. Did I get all adjacents? I don't know if I did or not. Sure. Yeah, on the plus side, by the end of tomorrow, I'll probably have the entire layout of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 done. It's probably not happening today, but only because Chapter 2 is a horrendous dumpster fire, and it's gonna need rerouting. Will be worth it. I just keep telling myself that, and life's a lot better when to do. Is this hovering? No. The door kind of is, but I don't care about the door. Not really. Maybe a little idea. The door's hovering inside the blueprint, though it's not hovering inside the other. Whatever, that can be fixed whenever I want by just adjusting it in the blueprint itself. Oh, the door is selected for some reason. Can't merge change that. I can, but not this way. Oh, this is a, not the mess, this is a complex one. $13 to go. Yeah, this one I haven't decided to do it yet. The issue is that it actually requires this here to go through that. I'm tempted to remake this outright. Because the nature of its location is really trash. Problem is the nature of its location would require me to make a lot of changes on this here. But this thing was not the best hype ever in the first place. I guess to be fair, I can go over a little bit in general because of how it's hitting that hole up there, so I can automatically do something to it. If I pull this over, does it even need you? No? I don't think so. That'll do. Nice to get in there. Oh yeah, it's the Charlotte wall. Oh no, this is too large. I'm really planning on making additional changes to this wall, so good to me. You're not stuck through a wall or anything, right? Almost a little close on that side. Wall to go. Taking forever to select those, Jesus. Might be the number of things using that particular material. Quite a few of them do. Really check out hit this side here, but it doesn't really matter too much if it's inside the walls, I don't care. Oh, this little thing. I don't think I'm making any changes to this. Hey, Astro, just blueprints. I don't know why anybody would use C++ in this engine. But, some people do. Actually, a surprising number of people do. I don't know why. Was I gonna make the water go this way too and over here? I don't think I am. I think it's just gonna be pipes going back and forth. Fair enough. Are you into Unreal Engine as well? Way too many instances of this material. Well, I guess this one's not as used. For some reason, though, it takes a long time to select all adjacent for it. Isn't really needed currently. A student of the field. Nice, nice. You have a preference? And why is it your preference? I prefer the most saucy opinions possible, too, so... Add my box simplified to everything and then move the hell on to the next one. I'm turning all these geometry brushes into static meshes. It's as riveting as it sounds. Positively riveting. But I use it to make a whole bunch of the materials in the game, so, or a bunch of the building and everything, so gotta do it. Not only 9 out of like 38 earlier. This is part of that optimization process that nobody ever does in this engine. Oh, thanks for all, yes, we. Thank you. The worst part is it's be easier to select all of them and then, you know, set the scale of the meshes to, you know, 10 to 10 and then just merge it into one static mesh, but then it becomes difficult to do the collision on it. Unless you make it a complex collision, which is less performant, but doesn't make that big of a difference most times. Still, you can actually just convert them all into static mesh individually and then merge them, and then they have the proper collision. Sucks. Both take longer. That's true. Should have copy pasted this. Oops. Should be a machinery room like this. I don't know why that says machinery room. Now we do the smart thing where I do that. So the next time, don't gotta do this. Get me all the adjacent surfaces, bucko. Are you making any games at the moment in those? Or are you using one in particular? Doing anything with them? Just as I wait for this to select all adjacent surfaces. There we go. There's no rename option there. Fair enough. Well, these are dupes. I don't need to do this twice. I do need to add a collision to you. That is true. Box simplified, and let's move on. It just automatically outlines it with the box simplified, so you don't have to do direction work. I mean, you can do more work if you want, but no reason. Do not merge those if they're like that. That will be questionable. Nope. Worth a try. Oh, that's right, we're knocking numbers off. No, 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 no. 46. Acceptable. Did not select one of them. Mistakes were made. Nothing on the bottom of you? Okay, perfect. Close the merge actors tool. Terrible. That was gonna bug me forever, by the way. Let's say complete, I guess. I don't know. It's already wrote retain a wall. Instead of putting a 1 there. I don't know. And now we have the perfect collision on there. From all my geo brushes. Perfection. I love how fast you can just make assets in this game. Once again, this engine. Right, Unreal Engine is now a game. You probably thought differently, but nope, it's a game now. The water's very lethal to us, that's perfectly acceptable. Push this back against the wall a little more. Not truly against the wall like I'd like it to be, is it? Will do. You know what they're sticking out, but it's fine. It's inside the wall. I gotta he's on top of this too. No, I turned the lights off when I was gonna have to add these again. Fine, fine, fine. Never mind then. Shift in. Actually, shift in is not very good at getting that where it's supposed to be. About right there. It's actually just good. That might be enough to be able to grab. Find out. I'm gonna turn it this way so I can easily ram it against the wall. Into the pool. What happened down there? Does the water stick out here? Where'd it show the little thingy? Things went on there that I question. Wait, did I not do the collision on one of you? Really? Did I flood that bad? I must have flooded it. Wow. Critical fail. Some fails are critical indeed. That's weird. Usually better than that. That's the boat. The boat leaving the harbor with me not on it. Well, fine. I don't know why I didn't just do this complex. It's so much faster and it didn't matter. Whatever. Water sticks through here. We done got it though. While we check these things. Oh, this goes through too, apparently, huh? I'll double check that in a second. How? Are you getting destroyed by the water? You can fall between here, which is a problem. It's kind of awkward too. Not the clearest glass in the world. Actually, let's use a blocking volume. I'm done. Normally I don't advocate the use of these, but if it stops you from tripping over these things, then it's fine. It's not really blocking you from going anywhere, it's just stopping you from doing that weird stumble she was doing. Some people use these to try to keep the player from moving to certain locations. Those people are committing a mortal game dev sin. Just saying. Much better. Doesn't matter, I'm jumping out because I could, not because I cared. I'm supposed to be doing more of these dumb brushes. Only 6 to go. About that. What's left? I think they're all in this one thing here, so I gotta make a decision on this one. Yeah, it's all in that wall. And then there's this one wall here. This came down to, do I want a window? I mean, it might not look bad. Just drop one right there. That's a reasonable size for it. Bigger doesn't necessarily seem better in that regard. Okay. Alright, alright. Stupid. Let's get all adjacents on this and curse you, well, grid material. Being in my existence and draw calls. Boldly sneaking itself where it doesn't belong. so long. It's not like the grid materials used hardly anywhere, but it's always used by accident on some things, never used because I want it used. I mean, nobody intentionally using that crap. Instanto glass. Window. And then we undo this. Thanks for the follow, Willis. How's it going? All my homies hate when the glass goes through the world. That's a fun concept. You can make a weird, absurd book when the glass goes through the world. Could also be a creepypasta. That's true. I mean, I'm mildly intrigued. It's probably fine. I can always change it to something different if I want later, as far as that. Or change the glass color. Does it look good at night? Sure. That means the player has the opportunity to jump up here and look in. Wait, but the player pops out from in here, so really the opportunity to look out here versus the other way around. Fair. Adding to the brushes. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, I'll be down to like 3 or something, or 4, and I'll leave those ones until I figure out what I want to do with those specifically. Oh, okay. Stupid phone. The good news is there's another episode of Not Your Normal Kid Show. Fantastic show that everyone should watch. The bad news is my phone tried to notify me by playing it. Which is unfortunate because I'm using it as a camera as well. Very ineffective. Before I make this mistake again and forget to put collision on it. Like an idiot. I will in fact put collision on it. Select all adjacent surfaces. You take so long. Blah, blah, blah. Complex collision is the best collision, apparently. Gets the job done. Oops. You are floating. Huh. That's good to know. Vision seems fine. Not much else to check, really. Just the walls.
You're going the right way.
Oh, shift end. Why do you never do anything? Useless. You did put the key in here for that, right? And the only remaining brushes are those, right? Those 4. I guess I'm not that big of an issue with it. I mean, I just wanted this to be not stuck in here too weirdly. I can also just increase the size of this to prevent that problem. That's allowing me to get rid of all of the brushes on the level. They get progressively faster too, the more less of them you have, because every time you add a new one, they have to all calculate for each other. So eventually they become actually very efficient and fast, but still don't really want to leave them there because they're so much less efficient than a static mesh. They are good at making stuff though, that is true. These are just rigged to shut off when the water gets down that low anyway. So they're actually below the water. The material on them is kind of garbage. You're a solo dev and you don't have a budget. Do what you do. And just hope that Epic gives you free water later. I do still need to figure out how to make the rubber duckies float on the water. And other things too. Players will be so sad if they throw a rubber ducky on the water and it does not float. I'd be sad if I threw a rubber ducky on the water and didn't float. And if it'd make me sad, it's not okay. I'm okay with this one, right? Not really. This one's just off kilter all over the place. I thought these pipes were a little crap, whatever. It was much better now. I saw the world grid material. I was very sad for a second there. Wait, did I? Why is this cord that far into the wall? It's not a huge reason for it. Hmm. Close clip. Let me see. Wish I can clip one. Jason's our system is so long. The fact that sticks over is a little weird. I guess it always did though. To be fair, those don't exactly connect very well either. Interesting. Whatever. Just need to remake the ceiling at some point. Or something. Or just recolor it. Say it's in Minecraft. Who knows? Sure. Finally, the demise of the brushes. That only took like a couple hours for those brushes. You get used to it. The price of being able to create anything you need. And all that. Hell yeah. The next thing I need are splines. There's 88 splines. Why are there 88 splines? I don't think I'm gonna do those today because I don't think my sanity can handle 88 splines, but yeah, because all these pipe holders too. In my defense, the same pipe holders recycled a bunch of times, so I could actually probably do a lot less of them. Except for when I stretch them over here. I need a way to make it look like the pipe's being held up by something. Got those, and these pipes in here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up going through and tweaking this stuff a lot in the future. Oh, let me fix this. There's a party going on here. Guess that one was about the right height, huh? Not sure if I want to do any actual coding today. Seeing as I'm 8 hours and 24 minutes into the stream already, it's usually not. I usually put the coding early on, not later on. So my to-do list is still very full. I'm sure I need to do a redesign on the library to make it better. It's so wasted. The top area is really cool, but the bottom area is just could use books to jump on or something. I have a bunch of working ons on my basically like notes and working on stuff to work on. Yeah, about that. I'm gonna clean up my to-do list at some point. Yeah, I don't know what I'm putting underneath there yet. I also got to fill in lots of places where there's just nothing. Maybe some sort of machinery thing going on here. I know what I can do. Not sure I can get away with any of those right here. They're kind of a little small. Better the player be able to look out that way than in this way. And I don't care if they stick in the thing. The problem is now you can't really grab it. You just have to jump over there. These are kind of floaty and weird. I don't like them. Also, those leaves could be moved. Wish he's moved when you hit him, but at the same time, I don't know how I'm going to do that. So maybe that prismatic a thing, but that's like, let me finish the game first and I'll worry about moving flowers when I hit him. I want a working cash register because that's more fun to me. I'll hunt one down. Or make one. Making one sounds like it'd be a lot of work though. I don't know if I want to make one. If I found one for like $3 or $4, maybe I'd pick it up. Don't know if I'd pay $5 for a cash register, but it would be nice to occasionally have it. Also, these don't really connect very well, which kind of sucks. It just looks sloppy. What are we, Ubisoft here? sure they do a great job on something. I don't actually play any of their games, but I don't really actually play a lot of games anymore. I'm too busy working on them. There's almost like I can stuff flowers. The windows are the sill built right into them, so can't really just easily pull those out without making an entirely additional window blueprint, which I don't really want to do. This shelf seems highly unnecessary now that this is here. You can easily just make that jump, unless I want this shelf for something, but I don't know what. I mean, I guess I could have it over here and let you jump up to something, I guess. But why? I mean, you have to have one up here or something, I guess. It is one more place to go. Not a particularly hard place to get to, but one more place to go. I guess that's not a 0. If I put it there though, I can't really have the shelf thing. Well, I don't know. Well, the painting has light on it. Actually, the best way up is actually probably this way. It's actually still too high though, without double jump. Even with double jump, you need something else up there to get up there. Well, do you? You want to get higher up. You do want them to be able to get higher up. It's because the table was hovering up in the air when I planned everything out, and it's not anymore. So you see where this might be a bit of an issue. Not gotta be an issue, just an issue. There's 2 of you. No, there's not. Paste this here. The usual wombo combo. Jump should easily be possible, but I double jumped, so... Okay, well, it's not very possible if you do that. Making my game look hard. How's that? This flower tends to cup you really hard. Oh, you just make the jump. It's just possible. You can't put the Empress key up here because if I do that, I'm going to the Empress. So without the Empress, you can't do what I'm doing here. You have to come back for it. So what I'm going to put when you come back is a question. I mean, there's always the usual suspects. Since this room is new, it hasn't really been added into the rotation for stuff to get. I'm tempted to remove this little crappy thing from the control room, not have a collectible here like this. Make you earn it. This room smacks of wanting a goodie box. I feel like I made Temperance way too easy to get. I almost want to make it more complicated somewhere along the line. Wait, what's going on there? Oh, it's just flickering because of the way that this looked through that. Sure, I thought they were flickering entirely. I was like, no. When in doubt, we'll put a crystal ball over here. I believe there's 10 of them. Whatever, the number will be wrong for now. That's in the wall. How convenient. What am I doing with you? Another platform high up there. I can put all kinds of crap. Might get replaced later, but I was just trying to figure out puzzle things I wanted you to have to go after. And the more I make you jump over things, the happier I am about it, so. Boom. Not even sure what I'm going to do about the other map. Probably should rip the band-aid off and go for it on that one. I mean, I kind of already did a while ago, but a while ago being last weekend. This map's a complete dumpster fire since I'm moving all the rooms around, so half these rooms are on top of each other as I try to figure out where everything's going to go. Currently the biggest problems right now are mostly just this room here, this room here. Worst part was it's a pretty good room. Whole thing was a pretty good setup. I'm gonna remove all these things from here. Guess I forgot to move these over. Do I even care? I actually don't know what all this crap was doing here. This has nothing to do with anything. These probably were stuck in the wall. I gotta remake the floors too. Because like I said, I cut off part of the building earlier today. This section here, and now I need to go through each of the maps and remove anything that sticks out and reorganize. And I've already spent hours moving things. Not everything. Nah, man. Nah, man. Oh, no. Are you all from the same thing? Yeah. Honestly, I should just start clicking them. It's better this way than worrying about if they're previously enjoyed or not. I gotta get this whole room. Tell me this is all in this room. It actually is. Huh. I guess the treasure room just has to be moved. There's just no two ways about it. It just needs to be moved. There's still a window here. Do I get to keep my window? Damn. There's most certainly not a window there. Might be able to keep that. If that's the case, at least it provides the original setup. Unless I'm going to push this all the way... Well, I can't really push it too far back. There could be ducts above this room. I can restructure this room to include ducts. I'm going to have to probably redo this wall anyway. This whole area's probably getting redone. I see. I didn't make dreams come true by making that the right height. I guess I'll have to redo all that too, huh? Fine. Smaller scale. It'll do though. Oops. Shall we clean it all up? These are way too big for what I have in mind. They didn't used to be that big, but hear me out, they're a little big now. This wall has to be redone too. I'm probably not doing that today, I don't feel like it right now. Especially because I'm sure the number of brushes on this map is, well, there's only 23 on this map, so that's not even that bad. But this map's being restructured entirely, so I'm sure I'll have plenty more by the time this is done. Wall seems weirdly high. I'm not sure I'm doing all the treasure crap. There's really nowhere to put it. This area is going to be restricted back down to that, which leaves a long hallway-ish room. Oh. I got 2 wish lists today. Hell yeah. Exciting. Let's keep restructuring this. So many of these rooms need to be restructured. Oh, I didn't grab any of the stuff that was in here. Oh no. Who even knows where that crap is now? I'm sure I can find it. Got weird fireplace thing, so there's no function. I ran out of space, the broken compass for it. I'm going to talk about these stairs. They might get moved to the corner, maybe, if I can make them work enough to get this job done. I think what will have to happen here is I'm just going to make an entirely new floor for this. And this is just a hellacious dumpster fire. Well, I guess if I walled part of this off and then had you walk down there, ugh. Is this still a spline? No. There's not really enough space in there if I put that as a way up, but if I take away the other way up, how are we getting up and down? So far the only way up and down is through here. And that seems questionable. Like there should be at least one other way. I could keep this here. I wanted to lock away the brig. And this other thing is... I don't even know where the... Oh, that wall is part of that. Whatever, I'll remake the wall. Fine. I guess I'm missing half the crap from there, too. Why not put all the treasure underneath the water in Sally's boss room? Like, it's just like a treasure thing, and now put some sort of reward down there for you. But, like, they kind of fit together. There was not a huge point in the treasure thing. It just existed because it existed, but... this whole treasure room thingy was not exactly necessary. It was just there. That'll make it easy. I can line this up. I should line it this way too. Here all the cool kids are lining it up in all the directions and not just one. Two. Yeah, let's say I do all this and I rework Sally's room to have all the treasure underneath it. It looks like the kind of room that would have all this crap. I just don't see where else I can put it. Because this room is kind of a mess, and it's going to be, these pump rings here need to be here to operate this room. That's pretty integral. And then I had the leverage altar thingy, which needs to be moved somewhere else, and I don't know where yet. I want to give it out somewhat early, because if you don't get it early, then a lot of its effectiveness would be kind of crap. You get it at the very end and get all three of them and be like... But the big problem is, it doesn't have a home. Unless I restructure the pump rooms quite a bit. Which I could do. Like this pump room here could be restructured. Actually, they all need to be moved over anyway. Fantastic. Nothing is actually in this room. The good news is I didn't use coin piles anywhere else. Yeah, I could definitely see it fitting in that room pretty well. I don't really want to take this door with me though. Or really this goodie box or key. Whatever, I'm missing some things, it's fine. They'll get moved too. The only room that's not being used is this one, so I guess I can move the altar there. It's not the best location for it. Bad things are coming over there. Now when you fall into the water, it'll have this. It's not 0. Because it'll look cool. I do have to squish this whole room quite a bit because it's not going to work the way I want. You know, job 1's get everything in the location I want it, and job 2 is everything else. Yeah. Yeah, the levers really can't go anywhere else. It's kind of awkward though, its location. Unless I want to barricade this room off, I could do that. I could make this room smaller. It doesn't need to be this big. It could easily be cut in half, I imagine. Granting me an additional room. Because I don't know what I'm doing with this huge room anyway. So far, not a lot. Supposedly a boss fight, but that's a big room for a boss fight. I'm seeing that it's really hard to keep up with Poppet. She'll run away. And then, like, how do you even fight her? She just keeps running away, so every boss just has to chase her the whole time. Because she's so mobile. Can't block, so I mean, that's also part of why she's so mobile. Blocking may or may not get introduced at some point. I don't know if that's true, but might. I do kind of like that being underneath there, though. I was rotating these skull hands to be less like that and make us, you know, farther over. Honestly, I might lower all this scrap. I don't know. I do think the treasure room should have been there. The treasure room had no real function, so it's so fitting that it's there. I don't need this. I don't care, but oh, I see why it's there though. But what I do is I just get rid of this crap floor. There we go. We have the landscape that's still sticking over there. This room was a lot bigger, but is what it is. It just leaves the other room that I'm missing, which can probably be stuffed over there. I can probably make something work out of it. It's too good of a room to not recycle somewhere. This room is too long. But having all these weird wood things holding it up, maybe I just have rocks along the sides or something. Or just wood along both sides too, or I guess bones could be that holds it up too. I don't need these giant skeletons, they're just weird. Like, they're fine, but I don't really like them there. Should wait. No, I can delete them. Oh. Alright, this is going, but I might wrap this up here pretty soon. Over 9 hours streaming, and yep. I got excited working on my stuff, but at some point I am really hungry, so I'm like, food. And eventually this is all going to be pretty well organized. I think things are going very well. Surprised. A lot of these rooms I was worried I was going to lose them all, but no, not really. I'm just out a bunch of rooms that were empty. One blood thingy that's just sitting there for no apparent reason. Should be in the brig. The brig's a mess right now, obviously. It's more of a mess than everywhere else, technically. Worst part is after I eat, I'll probably just continue doing what I was doing, but you know. Yeah, we gotta make a mess. I figure, you know, I have the devil in jail, so you can get the devil by going to jail. Very important. I still gotta move spawn points. I have so much to move around. There's just stuff that's everywhere around here. This is no longer the brig. This is now the brig, so there were so many rooms that were just complete and utter garbage. And now they are better. Of course, now the keys are wrong, the pathway to get through it all is incorrect, and yeah. I think the main portion of the thing where you're trying to get the Emperor no longer makes any sense. It says that. Basically, the big problem is you're supposed to need the Emperor to get through this pipe. But the issue is now that this leads over to where these would be. And not where, and not like a new area. Like, you get the Emperor from over here. So the new method has to be going over here. That means whatever's important has to be in this hallway. A key of some sort, no doubt. Nothing else makes sense. Unless it's a really long pipe that goes somewhere crazy. It used to be you went over, you drained the sunken depths here to get a key, which then lets you get over to the sunken garden, or to the secret garden, which then lets you get the Emperor after a fight with Charlotte over in Pirate Grotto. And then you got the Emperor, and then you went back and filled back up the hidden grottos, go through the sunken depths to get to the pipe, which then popped you out near the end. Is it? Doesn't look like it's lagging. Weird. Oh well. Not like I'm gonna stream that much longer. So even if I didn't get it fixed, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Basically, nobody I know is on. You should definitely start a stream, Innsbruck, so I can raid you. I'm just saying. Be perfect. 10 out of 10. Give me someone to raid. Yeah, man, I'm starving. I would keep doing this if it wasn't for the fact that I was starving, but by the time I'm done eating, people will be gone anyway, so it's like, I know there's only like 5 people watching at the moment, so you can also just let them go on their merry way too. Much as I like fighting to try to figure out who to raid. Sometimes, unless it's a lot of people, I don't always want to spend the time. It's like some amateur dev came in here and messed up all my levels. And now I'm forced to go through and fix it all. Yeah. To be fair, the dev that did it was... Yeah. You know, it depends. Like, if it's someone I know, I'll often raid them. But I really should, you know, like 5 people at least, or I just don't do it. And even 5. The problem is I count as 1. So it's not like it's really like 4 people. It also depends on how tired I am. There's 6 that right now are watching, so. Granted, that probably makes the day of someone who has only like 1 viewer. That's true. So I should be a good guy and, you know. Nah, rate him. I still gotta get exercise today. I've been sitting all day. It's not very healthy to sit all day. I got away with that a lot when I was younger. I don't get away with it as much now. The punishment is much greater than you would think. Don't get old, Smile. Don't get old. gonna have to just go ham on this here. This is an entrance from the other one there too, so at least that's fitting that it can go into like the broken compass, I guess. Having stairs down would be pretty good, but I can't have the stairs there because of that door. The door is immutable. I was considering having a way out from here, but the problem is this counter is so big it wouldn't really work. There's no easy way into the to get there. There should be like another way to get to the exit. It's also only one way down, which is weird. There were two before. Even most of the team I have isn't really on. Yeah, you gotta just call it. Very tired and hungry and all that. Mostly just hungry. I did not anticipate streaming this long, but since nobody called me into work, I didn't have to do anything. I've been working on this all day. It was fun. So yeah, anyway. For those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, and join the Discord, wishlisted or something. Or don't, either way, and thanks for watching. Just the same. I'll be back tomorrow 9 hours and 22 minutes earlier than this, approximately. Basically around 8 a.m. Pacific. But I think I'm just going to tell everyone to go find places to go and just skip raiding today, so have fun, see everyone later, and yeah. Catch you later, Innsbruck. Thanks again for the sub. Oh, thanks for watching. Alright. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye.